People of chat, it is time. Mic check, 1, 2. To Legit City on the mic. We are in. Today we're going to be starting a new run, boys. Survival, Spaced Out Start. We're going to be playing with all DLCs. And then we're going to be doing the Aquatic Planet Pack Start. We will have no Somnia, but we will leave the other story traits on. And then we're going to run no Scramble. So everything's going to be on default settings otherwise. Default everything. Aquatic Planet Pack. Right, we're going to get a D20 in chat. This is going to be a 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Mixed boulders, medium boulders, metal pour, large glaciers. This map already sucks. Oh, man. All right. It is what it is. So we have a random seed, and this is going to be the Aquatic Planet Pack run. This is going to be normal difficulty, and we're going to do all achievements. So that means we're going to do the big three: carnivore, locavore, super sustainable. And we're going to do somewhat of a guided run. We're going to talk about all the steps that we're going to be taking to get it done. We're going to do minnow, of course. And while we have all DLCs, we're going to be doing standard dudes. All right, in the beginning, we're going to want to get the scientists. So a lot of times, it's always nice to have a researcher. The big thing to make sure you give them, because we're playing Spaced Out, is going to be rocketry. The other stats aren't that big of a deal. You could give them increased research if you want speed, but a lot of times you just want research rocketry, and the third thing is up to you. You're typically not going to want to give them a task that's going to be very time consuming, something like ranching or digging, because they're going to be researching all day, right? So they're not going to be moving too much. Any other task you give them is not really going to get done. So a lot of times you're just really trying to get something like research rocketry. I don't really want bottomless stomach, and the other stuff isn't too great. Suit wearing is decent, but I'd rather get the extra points into rocketry. So we're going to run a 2-2 setup. Small bladder, I guess it's fine. We could run that. Quick learner, great. And then swimming skill because of the DLC, right? Second guy we're going to want is going to be the mechatronics. We want build, supply, and operating. Ooh, this is actually pretty good. So the reasoning for that is because build supply is natural synergy, and then you want operating for the mechatronics trait that we're going to need later on for a little bit of the sweeper building tech and all that good stuff. And another reason is because getting this combination is pretty tough, so we're going to want to try to roll this at the beginning. If you do get a build supply operating dupe, it just makes it a lot easier, since you're going to be tacking into a interest that is going to be something they want to do. That means that the morale management is a little bit easier, so you don't have to think about it as much. You can ignore this and just get 2 of the 3, but you know, for the sake of the ideal start and we get free rerolls like this, we will be doing the build supply. It's gonna take us a while. One of those, we gotta get lucky. So we are playing this with minimum mods, nothing that changes the game. And we are going to be trying to utilize as few exploits as possible. So we will do a proper like mech filter spawn. No submerge setup. We're probably not going to do infinite storage as well. Nothing that's too much on the exploity side. Come on, build supply, operating. One of these days, man. One of these days. It would suck if we get it and we re-click on accident or something. We'll get it, boys. One of these days. Any minute now. So close. The worst thing would be to give us a flatulent dupe. That'd be really bad. Rocketry. We need an operator with supply and building. So we have building role guaranteed with how the default type works with the button right there. But we gotta roll the other two. Sometimes it's a little tough, man. This is always... We got it. Oh, he's bottomless stomach. We have to take that. He gets tier 2 digging for no reason whatsoever. Sure. We have to take the bottomless stomach. Yeah, the rocketry so that he could drive fast while scanning. Alright, the last dupe is going to be someone with dig skill. You could also opt for something like ranching or farming here. But since we're doing the no farming, we're not going to need the farmer. And then in that case, the thing that synergizes the most with digging is typically going to be dig suit wearing. Because of how digging works, you're going to be the guy that's exploring. And for the most part, you want dig suit wearing. It's going to be the ideal setup. And then afterwards, he's going to become a hauler. More or less. Oh wow, we give him ranching. So the thing with that is ranching is a very time-consuming job, and a lot of times you're gonna have so many ranches that you're gonna need multiple ranchers. So dedicated ranchers are typically how that's gonna work. So dig suit wearing is gonna be our setup for that. Move speed from the athletics. Kitchen menace, it's fine. I guess you could also opt for a cook. That helps out pretty well too. But rolling a cook, rolling a rancher, those are going to be what the dupes we're going to basically want. Cook is also a long-term job because you're going to be cooking all day, most cases. The deeper into the game, the longer they're going to be cooking. All aquatic, all-star. Let's go. The triple A's. And we're in. So let's get it started, boys. We got the Aquatic Planet pack. All right, first things first, we're going to pause the game, take our time. We are going to want to hit priorities, and we're going to set up our starting priorities. So basically, we're going to do life support on +1, toggling +1, doctoring -2, rocketry disallowed, tidying default. Cooking is disallowed. Decorating and researching disallowed. Same thing with ranching. And we'll keep everything else. This is so that you could have these jobs done by a specialist. Meaning your researcher will do this. Right? Same thing with the rocketry. And then rocketry is a very specific minor task. So having this on priority here doesn't really impact anything. Other thing is my digging dupe is going to want to be digging. My building dupe wants to be building. And then we're going to give him a minor job supplying, so he does digging first. The digging dupe will probably also be the wheel runner in the start. And because we're researching, he's probably going to want to be doing storing here as a secondary thing. That way he could store the resource for the science. We could also change this later, but a lot of the times outside of rocketry and attacking, which we're going to give to Rowan, the duplicants want to have a setup where you have a single double priority and then 1 to 2 +1 priorities. This is mainly because of how you want to dupe with the skill to do the job, so it gets done faster, right? That job completion speed. As we go on, though, things will get done. We may want to give everyone tidying in the beginning. We could change this later, just so that the toilets get cleaned. All right. Second thing second, we are going to change the schedule, and we are going to do a little bit of a gamble. There have been a lot of changes now where they penalize your stamina, but the basic idea is simple. Stamina only goes through 70% of the duplicate stamina before they pass out from exhaustion, which isn't really a bad thing outside of the fact that they sleep outside of the schedule. So what we're going to do is for the first day, we're going to work all day, so we get as much done as we can. And then we'll set up downtime. About right there. We're going to opt for 4 blocks eventually. We might move the bedtime back an hour later. But this allows us to get both Night Owl and Early Bird bonus if we do get a dupe from the pod. And at the same time to get to work the full day of first day. I also turn off alarms to remove the notification right there. And then all we got to do is to end of cycle 1, remove this schedule. All right. So the problem is that water and swimming, I believe, hits your stamina. This is clean water, so we could actually connect the water pools or use this as our water for the... We might use this, actually. Water for the... supercomputer research. We have to make sure to not mix that up with salt water that looks the same in the overworld except for the little salt crystals. Hitting F4 in the overlay and the liquid tab helps us look at the different liquids a lot easier. Highly recommend that. Okay, so right now we're basically playing it out. The first goal we're going to have on day 1 is simple. We are going to be trying to get the research station, the manual gen plus battery, and above all else, we need to get the toilet started. So this is your #1 priority, getting the outhouse. If you can, also get the wash basin so they can wash their hands. Pro tip, germ slider all the way up to max. That way you're not constantly disinfecting, which just wastes the dupe's time, right? And then we're probably going to want to grab the research portal for the tech. And then... there's a little bit of algae here to get it started for a little bit of oxygen. We're likely going to rely on the sublimation station due to the fact that we're not going to be able to farm here. And now we're just going to stay within the starting biome. While everything here can be dug out, it's relatively soft. The thing with that is we want to do the basic room overlay setup right here. So the setup is going to be the 64 tiles, 4 tile height that's set up by the barracks. That's a lot of times going to be our basic setup for that. So what that means is each room layer by the pond, it's going to be that dimension, 64 tiles. Because we're going to have doors on both sides, and then I want a lip on both sides, we're going to be looking for 20 wide. Now, of course, you know, you're going to have mesh at the beginning, but you're not going to be able to build mesh right away. So it's a little bit unfortunate. We can swim, though, so it's not too bad. And then we have water up top. Okay, so I do probably want to connect these water pools to get it started. There's an achievement for no farming. So we're going to want to be doing that. All right, we're going to go this way to get a little bit of the starting resource that we want. There's also going to be the algae there. We're likely going to just dig this out from the water. let the bloater do his thing, and we'll eventually get more water up top. There's going to be the gasket there we're going to need for power later. Rubber boots is going to be nice, and then the tattered beach chair might be cool, but we might just deconstruct that. We'll see. Algae to get it started for oxygen, a little bit of oxalite. With the new Aquatic DLC, there's back walls. Make sure you pay attention to the filter right there. We're just hitting dig and this pops out now. That allows you to have a little bit more control because we're going to want the salt back tiles to feed the slogos, which is going to be our meat source in the carnivore run that we're going to be doing. All right, so that's going to be where we want to get started. I won't likely dig this out. Oh no, the sand fell down. Let's not dig the plants. Did not dig the plant. Let's go. And that means the bloater is going to be giving us a little bit of oxygen. All right, let's get some tiles out. This side, that side. Maybe not this side. So this is 14, 15, 16, 17. A little bit of water there. We're just going to keep that for now. Maybe we start digging that side as well. Wouldn't be a bad thing. Alright, so we're going to do something called 3-tile digging, aka S digging. We do an S shape like that. And that allows you to climb up a little bit easier, as your dupes are going to be able to climb straight up without building ladders. And then our goal is going to be going to grab the booties, and then we're eventually going to go down to here to grab the tech. All right, so this is at 17, 18, 19, 20. We're going to go out this way. Yeah, that should be fine. I do want another tile on this side, though, to be honest. 20... Yeah, that's good. So we have a tile here so they could actually climb up from the water. Oxygen bubble. Let's actually remove that. That probably came out from the bloater. Gonna be climbing up this one. And then we're also gonna want to dig up that way. Let's dig up as much as we can. Put the tile back. The water there is going to eventually spill back in, so I'm not too worried. We're going to get the initial water pump right there. We're going to move that up, so we're going to want to make sure that gets dug. My man got stuck. All right, so I don't typically like having the toilet here, so we're going to be building a ladder to a second floor. In most cases, I almost always do this, and you should have enough time to get that done. So, of course, I don't remember if there's back wall here, because you kind of want that. All right, we're going to do the 4-tile gap. We're going to want to make sure we dig out the back wall here. And then you can dig the oxalite. There's no penalty. So when you're digging out tiles, there's a penalty that stops you from wanting to dig it out. Not that it stops you, but you're thinking to yourself, anything that you dig with the dig commands is going to lose half of its mass just from the digging. Problem with that is you want the oxygen. The good thing is with this is that the decay rate and the conversion of solid mass into gas changes, so it's no impact. So you don't need to know the math, just know that it's fine and it's not really gonna hurt you. All right, we're gonna grab this tech in a little bit. We want to get our toilets up. We should have a little bit of power from the metal. We're gonna put that on the side. We're likely gonna have the supercomputer here, as well as our door setup to get the initial science lab. You're gonna want this at the beginning. The science building, so you just put 2 of them. We'll be able to get research started a little bit better. And then we're gonna be trying to get our toilet set up right now. It's gonna be one of the first things we try to get done. All right, so we are going to be gunning for locavore, carnivore, super sustainable. So a lot of that stuff's going to be kind of, you know, stuff we're going to want to make sure we're doing good. Let's get the booties. I guess we could rummage. This is siltstone. It's not really that big of a deal. Hidden inspect will give you a data bank, which is always nice. If you can do that, try to. You'll eventually want to have that anyways. Try to get some digging done. Day's almost over. We're taking our time with this. Dig out the salt. We get some tiles there. Let the dupes dig. Speed this up a little bit. We're going to be on 2x speed. Alright, that way they don't get stuck on the way back. Let's dig all this. Where are we going? Finding a safer area. Alright, we're going to reset the AI so they do their task. They're seemingly wanting to chill up top where it's green. So you see this temperature? This is the ideal temperature, and the dupes will gravitate to areas with that temperature if there's nothing to do. So we just move them to reset the AI so they get the job done. Alright, we're gonna have tiles here now. Alright, so we understand that this is gonna be a door setup there. So we're gonna want a wash basin here, and then we're gonna get the outhouse. Next, we're gonna put a ladder going up so they have something else to do. And then now that that's dug out, we could also build the pitcher pump right there. He keeps wanting to find a safer area when there's jobs for him to do. It feels bad. Breathability is fine here too. That's the crazy thing. All right, we're gonna have direction going right. And then we're gonna build this out. We have water now. All right, now that we have the ladder here, we're gonna be able to start getting the science in. And then we're gonna have a one space gap for the doors that we're gonna have here. And then we're gonna have a wheel combo next to the battery. And we do have a little bit of algae to get it started, so we will want to use that. We're gonna give this at the edge. We're gonna run the wire through. We're not gonna have it connected. We're just gonna have it there to get it started. And then the big thing is to put a priority 9 on the toilets. We're gonna be doing this repeating pattern. We're also gonna build up a little bit. A little bit of trimming, back to the right. We have water. So it's the end of the first day. Stamina's at 18%. See, the soggy feet has an additional stamina penalty. There has been some changes over the times. The strategy used to always be work the full day first day for the reasoning that the stamina was going to carry it. And you could also see that we're not really prioritizing getting beds yet. As much as getting beds is nice, they could spend a day or two sleeping on the floor. This is going to be on YouTube. Going on, Viper Death Angel, welcome in. All right, we're not getting the bathroom bonus, but we will. Letting them build this out. So we don't have supercomputer tech yet, so we're not really too worried about getting the doors up for this. Also, in the beginning, you have New Hope for 3 cycles. So it's been a cycle already. So we don't really need to get the rooms set up right away. We will want to drain the water into here, though, if we can. And then potentially create a little bit more space down there. These slogos are going to be one of the things we're going to want. We have a nearby tidal spring. That's going to be an easy power source for us. Pretty good. We're also going to want the gum palm, which is nice. And we have the teleporter nearby. Pretty good. Also, the pea dirt nori area is going to be how we get a lot of oxygen in the beginning. So it's going to be really nice for us. And then we're going to want to continue making our toilet area. Now we want to just line up the floors, get all that built. We're letting this oxalite do its thing for now, since I don't want to spend time digging this if I don't need to. I guess we could argue the same thing with that. Let it off gas for now while we do the other stuff. They're going to be on downtime before they go to sleep. And of course, that was going to be the productive first day. One of them may have... No, they're all good. Oh, they peed on this one. Okay, that works out. First day complete. So you could see we just have toilets up. A little bit of blueprints for the upcoming research station. We got the water for the hand washing. Germ slider up. And then we're going through this way, coming back out this way, which is why we're facing this way. Eventually, we'll make one-way doorways so they can't go through this way, you know, pee and then leave without washing their hands. All right, we're going to want to release a little bit of water going down. Water coming up is not a big deal, to be honest. Okay, get the second bloater. That way he could eat the fish. I mean, eat the water weed and provide a little bit of oxygen for us. Since we know it is going to be spilling down, we do want to do a little bit of digging to create space down here. We got the fish. We may want to do a little bit more digging right there. And then we should be good. Alright, so the bloaters do provide a little bit of oxygen if they're able to eat the water weed, so we are not going to be harvesting that. And then we're going to be building this out. Wait for the water to kind of finish spilling. That way mopping that up is going to be very straightforward. We're eventually going to have a ladder path on the left side. Just for now, we're going to be pitcher pumping this little pool of water. And we do want to dig this out so that the roots reach the bottom tile. Alright, that goes that way. We're going to want some new tiles over there. Alright, so of course, natural back wall. You won't be able to dig it out after you place the tiles. So we want to do that. It's going to be a little bit tedious to remember, but I want to make sure we get all the resources that we can. Alright, back to 1x speed. Let's go to power. It's running the wheel. We get science, we get algae. And on the research, we can't do farming. So there's no real reasoning to do the farming tile. So instead, we're just going to go straight to supercomputer. What's going on, Troy? Welcome in. Hello. All right, once the water's done spilling, we're going to mop up the rest. That way the mopping job is a little bit minimized. Ladder's just going to go straight up still. This is regular water. We will probably want to go all the way up. Should be fine to do this. We're going to go back up to 2. Prioritize the bathrooms at 9. This is important. You don't want the dupes to make a mess. It's never good to pee to water tank. Sand falling down, we're just going to want to dig up. Okay, another pond at the bottom, and we have some slow growth. So while we do want to do ranching, that means we're going to need space for that. The problem with ranching is that it is a 2 skill point minimum setup in order to get the ranching skill. So it's going to take us some time to get the skill point. Soggy feet's a stamina drain, so we're going to want to make sure to mop this up. And then we're going to be working our way up. We want to get to the gum palm. We want to auto harvest that. That's going to be pretty good to get some rubber gaskets in the beginning for a little bit of power. That's going to make super sustainable a little bit easier. Especially on the Aquatic Planet Pack. Ooh, we have the biobots right here. You could see with the mixture of pea water, polluted water, and salt water, there was a biome like this. That this kind of merged the 2 biomes together slightly. Kind of interesting. All right, we do want to get the algae. We can dig all that actually. No more back walls. We are going to be doing probably a combination of both. We'll see. It depends what we find, what we get. The problem is that there's no gold, so going spawn here, it's not really worthwhile. Unless, you know, you go to steel, right? But then we're doing locavore, so we can't actually do proper growing of the fluke around the beginning. Can't be doing the locavore and doing the fluke around at the same time. A little bit unfortunate because of that. All right, tidal spring right there. Not bad. So we're getting our research, doing a little bit of digging, doing what we can. Oops. All right, so looking at the biome, it looks like we want to go build a ranch on this side. We'll eventually get to power, and that's going to be pretty good. We're starting to get some algae too. And since we're on normal default settings, we are not really too hard pressed. Let's go grab the unlock on the research portal. And this is our normal 4-tile gap. So you could see that the research portal is in the way. A little bit unfortunate. We can't really do anything about that, which means this bedroom is going to have a weird dip in it. And give me my tech. That fresh car smell, dude. Let's go. All right, so that gave us the gasket and the tidal turbine. So now when we do the gum palm, we're going to be able to get processing into rubber. You get that from doing latex that you get from gumwood, which is this plant right there, gum palm. So we're going to want the plant pulverizer, get a little bit of that, and then set that up. Okay, so this will be our bedroom eventually. We will want to dig that out. And we're going to be creating some space for ranching on the right side as well. Second thing we're going to want to do as well is grab as much algae as we can. Algae is going to be nice. Hey, Kuba, welcome in. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. All right. Sand is something we need. Everyone here is a decorator rocketry guy, which is pretty unfortunate. You almost always want to do for the first printout, just because you are kind of limited by labor in the beginning, and a lot of times you always want to dupe here, but we got a bad roll. Very unfortunate. So sand is going to be something you'll need for filtering out polluted oxygen, all that good stuff later. Not only that, some of the plants are going to want sand. Getting a rocket pilot's kind of tough here. I don't want him to be narcoleptic. It's not bad, but it's not good. Rock fan is not that great. And then buff decorator. 8 points decorating with the narcoleptic dupe. Increase machinery, increase agriculture. That's not bad, I guess. Hassan is the best dupe here, outside of the narcoleptic. Problem with this is that there's no real need for these interests. So he's going to be a dupe that's going to have no interests assigned to what he actually likes. He just does the job because he's assigned the job. So we'll likely... Agriculture is not really going to help us here because we're not farming. So he's going to be our wheel runner, I guess. Okay, so we come down. He's going to be operating. We're going to remove operating from the digging dupe. So that way he does tidying. He's also going to tidy. Farming, I guess he could start chopping down the trees on priority. And then I may want to give Rowan a secondary job. I guess you could do supply. Wouldn't be bad. On a +1. Okay. We got the supercomputer, good stuff. That is going to be pretty good for us. Afterwards, we're going to want to grab the jumbo battery. That way we could put it right there. All right, so that is done. A little bit of water we could release from underneath, most likely. Go through here. And then let that drain down. It's fresh water, right? Which is the main reason why we want to add it in. Oh, man. We will want to eventually... Oh, we have this now. All right, we're going to do this a little bit at a time. Because this is going to allow the water right here to allow the oxygen through from the bloaters, which is going to be pretty sweet. Okay, we're going to want to start digging out some tiles there. Let's go out this way and start getting the bedroom set up. Okay, we want to get through. Main reason why is because they get something called sore back from sleeping on the floor, which is a slight 1 stat point penalty. Not that big of a deal. So a lot of the times you're not really too hard pressed about it. Okay, background tiles. Let's dig this. Dig this as well. We will want to remove the mini fridge. It's not going to be necessary. We're wanting to allow this to off gas. I guess same here. Let the oxalite do its thing. That way we don't have to dig it out. Save a little bit of time. This is a decorative plant, so we're just going to dig this. Grab the algae. And then we're just going to be wanting to create space. Start getting the door set up now that we have supercomputer ready. And then the one thing we are gonna need to is going to be a meal hall. A lot of the times you like to put the meal hall in the beginning somewhere close by to where the toilets and the beds are gonna be. So right here, right? So we could put the meal hall on the side. Start our ladder from the bathroom. Have them able to climb down somehow. And then put a small meal hall attached to the side, maybe. That way we could keep all of the right side here for ranching. We grabbed a lot of the algae there. It's pretty good. We will want to dig up the back wall behind this. And we will want to put the tiles there. Unfortunately, we can't demolish this without the skill demolition. So we're probably just going to have to keep that there for now. Though we do want the room bonuses. We're going to open these so that the dupes don't have to wait for that split second to open the doors each time. And then the supercomputer is going to be 3 wide. So it's going to be on that side. We'll preemptively pull the wire through. Starvation. We have food though. Oh, they're grabbing the food and moving up. Kind of weird. It is what it is. Then we'll let them do their thing. So we are going to be teching up the battery. Afterwards, we're going to want to grab ranching start. That's going to also give us the grill to start cooking meat into barbecue and also cook fish. That's going to be pretty big on the run. Mainly because it's going to be generating calories for us. That's honestly the biggest thing. We're going to be doing a pattern here because we're going to be wanting to remove back wall, and then we could fill it in and then dig in between. They'll get more done that way. So we're going to want to do that. Okay, we have the mucin right there. Can't really use it for much right now. That's basically going to be a light liquid that stacks up vertically a little bit. And I think this is going to be our water source of choice. I mean, a power source. The moment we can, we could probably want to tap that. The bloater here might get relocated later, so we get oxygen here. But they're going to be generating little pockets of oxygen for a while for us. It's going to be pretty sweet. Research done. Let's go grab this. We'll eventually get the supercomputer, but we're going to do a little bit of pre-teching first. We could also grab the rock crusher at the beginning if we really want. We already have mesh tile tech, so we don't really need that, though we can get it. Okay, auto harvest on the palm. I forgot to do that. All right, tile, 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 tile. Looks like there's no background. Maybe there is. There is salt right there that's probably fallen through. Okay, these are going to be open doors because this is just open bathrooms for the dupes to use. Okay, we're also going to want the jumbo battery. We are probably just going to put that right there. Not bad, not bad. All right, so we do want to chop that down when we can. We're going to start putting ladder spacers for the proper floors of each of the rooms. 4 tile gaps, right? We will want to dig that, given how the bedrooms work. Dig that part out. This is going to be open door. We're going to be using the water from here for the supercomputer. So let's talk about the achievement. That's going to be the goals, right? So carnivore is going to be one of the failable achievements that's on a timer. Locavore and super sustainable is more so just working around the problem. There's no real deadline for any of those. Upside though is if you do carnivore, locavore gets completed and then you'd start planting crops afterwards. So one of the things we have to worry about is just getting carnivore done. Good news is that carnivore is pretty easy as long as you know how to kind of plan it out. So what I mean when I say that is that there is a build-up time, and that is 50 cycles for either eating the food or getting the food ready. So what I mean is that you have 50 cycles of leeway before you actually start getting a little bit of pressure on you from, you know, doing said carnivore. So right now we're going to be getting our ranching skill, right? I told you guys that we're going to need to get skill points for this. 2 skill points. That's going to be around 15, 20 cycles, depending on, you know, how much you're going to be doing exploration, and then on the specific dupe. So the the researching guy is probably going to be the guy that gets the most skill points, just because he's going to be working all day. Now, the good news is that, I mean, the bad news is that he's not going to be ranching. So even though he gets skill points first, it's not really going to help us out. He's going to want to get things like advanced research, use the supercomputer, right? Things like that. So we're going to want to make the new guy, Hassan, do the ranching. Either that or he's going to be cooking. That's going to be determined by the dupe we get in 1.4 cycles, and we're just going to let the points float for now. Looks like we do have a minor problem where we don't have the research building, which is fine. He also is missing the skill point, right? Yeah. So we're going to want to move the food box. Let's get rid of this. And then we're going to be getting our bedroom set up here. and eventually have the tiles combined. Get our first bedroom right there. I don't think we have any shine bugs, so we're probably gonna have the doors open for the barracks. And then we're digging out back wall tiles, making sure we keep doing that. I guess we should do that here as well. Dig out the back wall, make sure we're getting the salt, because we will run out of salt 100% of the time. Okay, supercomputer. This is going to fulfill the laboratory bonus, 2 science buildings. And then that's going to give us a research bonus. So right now he has lit workspace. He's going to get the secondary bonus lab workspace. We're going to want this tile. We could start digging this because he's going to be able to go up this way or around the back. That's going to be a tile there. All right, furniture. We're just going to get the beds. We are going to grab the staycations. This is just a skin. It doesn't change anything outside of how it looks. Still the normal stuff. All right, so he's done halfway with the research. We will start planning the second research to get that ahead. And so close. This guy got the skill point first, barely. I wonder why. The research job should be the best one. Maybe the other job gave him more skill points, something like that. There it is. All right, advanced research, we need that. Bert, we're gonna hold on to it. He might just want to get carrying capacity. This is going to be one of the better early game traits to get. And he's our mechatronics guy, so we probably should give that to him. We'll wait on this guy still. Rowan is probably going to be our digging dupe. It's going to be pretty nice. So one of the things to not get too comfortable with is that our starting dupes came with swimming skill. So that's actually a skill down here. And every new dupe we get, it's not going to have that. So if you make something that's only accessible via swimming, keep in mind that you're going to lock out some of your dupes. Right? They're not going to be able to do the same thing. All right. The supercomputer is done. We get our laboratory bonus. Let's go. Okay, we will want to get the setup there, and we want to dig this out. We're going to want to start building our ladder on the side. That's going to end right here at the toilets. That way it's a one-way setup. All right, cycle 5. Taking it easy, taking it slow. One of the things we will want to start setting up is on the resource tab, we're going to hit see all, and we're going to go to algae. Right? That way we keep account of how much algae we have, because we're not going to have that much before we're going to have to rely on the polluted water. Now, earlier I said that ranching is going to be something that we won't be able to get because of the skill point. So during that time, what we're going to want to do is start setting up a ranching area that we're going to want to keep the critters at. So what we're going to want, because of how the slogos give you not that much meat relative to something like a hatch, this is 800. Hatches give you something around 32, so it's 4 times as much. So we're likely going to want to use a combination of fish meats, because fish meat does also count for carnivore. Wait, that's wrong. Here we go. And since fish meats counts, it's going to be one of the things we may consider. But of course, the slogos are going to be actually great food source in the beginning. The reproduction, I believe, was pretty fast once they're happy. And of course, tame. And we're feeding them salt. They were carrying our food for the longest time in the previous run, but I do remember switching to fish once we were able to get a stable source of phosphorite, which is probably going to be this, and we have to feed it the coccinas. Since we can't domesticate that, we won't be able to get that much phosphorite, which means we won't be able to feed the beacons that well. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Beacons are going to be the best source of food on this planet in terms of the calories, in terms of how easy it is to do. All right, we're going to want a crafting station. We're eventually going to need to start making some of the gaskets, right? So we just want to get ahead of that. And we do have time for supercomputers, so I'm not really too worried. We got this toilet set up. You see this right here? Standard. We're going to click on one way, so left to right. And then we hit open. This does make the doorway a open one way. That's the big thing there. So if you click on the song, go show nav. He's able to go this way. There should be no connection. I guess it's weird. Because he could go this way, but because he goes back through the other way, I guess that makes it so that it connects. You just gotta believe this works. This works. Okay, we're gonna want to get our ladder set up here. We got the bedroom set up. And then the next thing we're going to make is a small little meal hall. And then we're going to start digging out the area for the ranch. Pro tip. You see how we're digging up first with the ladder? One of the things that I would recommend to do, if you can do this, is you're going to want to dig top down. The reasoning is because all the items fall down, gravity, right? To the bottom. So if you dig top down and then build from the bottom looking up, the tiles are going to be clean. That way you don't have to worry about sweeping too much. Now, of course, that does mean the bottommost layer is going to have all your debris. But that's going to be nearby the pod, so it's going to be pretty good for us if we get that done. So we're going to want to try doing that. All right, let's get this here. Try to not build with the gumwood. We're going to want to save this for more of the rubber gaskets. So the slow goes are going to be the big thing for us. Go on the database details, 12 cells. So this means we get the typical 8 slow goes per full size 96 tile ranch. How many tiles of water is this? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's about 52. So 5 tiles, huh? Let's dig out these tiles right here. No back wall digging, it's fine. Okay, we got our latrine +1. And then now we're gonna be able to dig this. That way we drain out the water from here. And dupe number 5. Ooh, wow, Pipex. This is, ah, man. Pips are amazing on this map. They kind of carry the map, and especially since we're doing locavore, we kind of get a little bit of prep. Now, of course, it's not with a downside. It doesn't help us with any of our achievements. Technically, they are a little bit of meat, and they do eat gumwood palm, so we could do a little bit of breeding already. Downside is that This is not going to be realistic in a sense that they're not going to consistently give people the pip egg this early on. So we're not going to grab it for that reasoning. We're also having a little bit of food here that we may want to do. And then there's also the 5. Get the digging with the digging skill, but he's a mouth breather. This guy can't ranch, but he is the optimal researcher. Secondary research, while it's not bad, it's also not great. Let's see. I don't know how we want to do this. This means he's not going to ranch, which is fine. But then it's like, I guess he does get plus cooking speed, which is what we would want him having anyways. I don't want mouth breather because we're not technically generating that much oxygen. So we're going to take Oshkon. Oshkon is going to be Chef Oshkon. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So he's going to be cooking eventually. And that means that Decorator Rowan, no, Hassan, is going to be grabbing the ranching skill eventually. All right, a little bit unfortunate that we have some unspecialized talent. But it really do be like that sometimes. Okay, so right now you guys could probably tell that our food situation is kind of weird. We're not growing any food. We're really just going through the map, getting these muscle sprouts kind of randomly. The soda cane we can't grow. It's not really worth farming the soda cane either, because it does take a good amount of salt. I mean, compared to the Slogos, it's not that much, I guess. Slogos go through how much salt is that? 100 kilograms a cycle. It's a lot. They do give you dirt though, which is going to be pretty sweet. But yeah, we're probably going to want to do fish when we can, but we're going to want to get started with Slogos because it's going to be consistent. We can't really do bloater fish because we don't really have the means of really doing water weed. While we could try to grow this, we really can't. It's a weird issue. This is a weird issue. We will probably eat every Paku we see. Shellfish is not really sustainable here. Though we can give them a lot of pea dirt. There is also feeding the doing the aquatic setup, because we will want the incubator. Okay, let's dig all this down. Okay, let's mop up the water. Alright, so there's the natural pip. You do get pips on the map. Maybe we ranch the pips for food. Because while you do get the Slogos, they're not optimal. Like, it's always better to eat anything else that you can actively ranch. Problem is that a lot of the fishes need a plant to be able to be ranched, and then we can't really grow anything right now. Right? Given the fact that we're trying to do locavore. It's a small little dilemma like that. We're going to dig out a little bit of a small space so that we could do small little meal hall. I don't actually think we use this top half. It's going to be this area, and it's extending down to here. Sea queens don't really help us out. It's not that much fish. They require pearls, which is kind of a pain. Slogos, it's just the easiest to ranch at the moment. Opening the doors for move speed. Let's try to dig this down. Let's go with some back wall tiles there. Alright, so what we said earlier, we're going to start digging down from here. It's going to go straight across. If we can, try to dig these two this as well. Okay. We're gonna want to eat Paku on demand. Paku can't be happy without the treats. Bloaters need waterweed, beacons need phosphorite, but would otherwise be a great food source. We can't grow the starnacles yet. Alright, research is done. We're going to grab Rock Crusher. We're going to need a little bit of starter metal. Get the drywall salt. Oh, we have a geyser. Nice. Volcano. Can't use that. Way too close. A little unfortunate. Also, hit Z at the beginning. Click on the planet. This is going to be our 3 geysers. Volcano, polluted brine, saltwater. So it's all hot water. That's a little unfortunate. We do have a teleporter to the second planet. That takes us to this planet that has sulfur, natural gas, and oil. Another thing that's going to be that good. A little bit unfortunate. Ideally, I do want to grow the starnacle so that we could do beacons. Phosphorite. Mammoth patty. Yeah, we have to feed the starnacles to get that. That doesn't really work. And then Drekos. I wouldn't mind feeding this, but we just can't, right? This is such a weird situation. So I think we're just gonna have to go all in with the slogos. Feels bad. Whoa, that lag. How'd that get up top? I guess we will run these two. Natural back wall there. Alright, let's grab the phosphorite from here. Okay, we're gonna want this to be a tile. Okay, this is gonna be part of our meal hall. So it looks like we could do this without any real fear. In every case, the water pressure is not going to hurt us, even if there was big pressure right there, given how the tile spacing works. So we're just going to want to do that. We do want to have our meal hall in the beginning be kind of weird like this, where we have this against the wall and we're eating in the corner. This actually helps sets us up a little bit better, because we're going to want to build that there, and then we're going to want to box this up. So what happens is that the dupes eating here will breathe out CO2. And then that's going to spill into here. Now, because of how this works... Oh yeah, we're probably going to change that, right? But we will want to probably dig that out first. Research is done. We have the rock crusher. Cool, cool. Let's grab automation cable. Have this set up correctly. Let's do the priority on the toilet so it gets cleaned and done. And then let's build out these tiles to get our room bonus here. Okay, let's move as much as we can except for the unperishable food. Wheat grain, I guess. Where do we get sleewheat grain from? That's so random. Okay, because of how this works, we are going to do a weird setup. We're going to put the water cooler up here. And the reasoning is simple. We're going to need that for this room setup. You see the CO2 already piling up. Once we get enough, we're going to put a tile there. And then now, since this is here, we could dig this down. That way it connects the rooms. We're also going to put brackine on this, so they're not going to fill this up with water. All right. Barracks, latrine, lab, mess hall. Okay. We just got the tech for the flower pot. And then we'll open this. There's no real penalty for that, right? Cyber9, welcome in. We're going to bump this up to priority 7, so we do move with food. And we will likely want to use that area. So we're going to run the wire up. Just like that. Oxygen is having a little bit of issue with the CO2 situation. So we'll likely want to go down this way. Dig out a small little CO2 pit. Once this water is used up, we're going to run a ladder down. And then this is actively going to be our CO2 pit. We have a little bit of time right now to get ahead of that. But that's going to be probably what we want to do. Put in whatever plant that we have. 20 to 50. Pretty good. And then this is going to be where we're going to be cooking. We will also want to start digging down for the ranch, but we still have time. Now, if you care about min-maxing, this is actually about a great time to disconnect the small battery, as this is bleeding out and generating heat, a little bit of power, and having the jumbo is probably good enough. Perfect. We're going to do that. We're going to cut the wires with a disconnect tool and then just remove the battery. You don't have to do this. Having a little bit more capacity is kind of nice. I just didn't want to, you know, if you want to min-max a little bit, that may be the play. All right, so we have our mess hall, our room set up, the initial setup. Cycle 8. We're going to be getting our first kitchen. Not really. Kitchen bonus doesn't provide anything, so we're just going to want to have the meat be cooked as soon as we get it. If any fish die, do the cooked fish. And we already have the skilled dupe in cooking. Oshkon. So, doing the cook setup, it's not really doing anything else. I guess we could have him do a little bit of operating if he's not. Alright, to the research. We have the automation cable and some mess table stuff. At this point, you're really just trying to tech up as much as you can. We're probably going to want to grab the plant pulverizer, and then we're going to grab the incubation setup. Also, we're going to bump up the supercomputer to 7, so they do get the water deliveries somewhat frequently. You see the dupes? They're walking all the way around instead of going through this way. Let's go. Okay, let the dupes work. We are out of food right now. It's a little bit unfortunate. Little bit unfortunate. So, buried objects have a chance of being a food item in most cases. So we're going to be doing a little bit of digging right now. Hit organic. We have algae. The nori is not going to be a good food for us, since we can't cook it and you can't eat it unless it's cooked. So it looks like right now we're really just kind of chilling. Not really too worried about the food situation, as technically we still have a little bit of the mussel sprouts everywhere. There is meat right there. Looks like a horse logo got bops. We do probably want to go grab that. That probably means we have to bop this. Okay, we want to continue doing the digging as much as we can. Salt water. All right, so one space gap door, so that's 27, and then we're gonna have a back wall, 28, and then potentially another lip if we want to be able to run through the ranching. So we see that's kind of deep. So 7. Let's dig that out. Let's get down to there. We could always dig that out later, so we're just gonna do it like that. And we're getting ready for the ranching rooms. Okay, that's in barbecue forever. Bump this up to a 7. And then we're gonna have the power connected. Someone's gonna go pick up the meat now. And the upside with this is, we're probably gonna want another grill as well. Is that food that's put into the cooking station and is in the contents over here is always gonna stay fresh. It's not gonna decay in any way, shape, or form. So a lot of times you want to have multiple cooking stations, especially if you're doing carnivore, just so that the meat doesn't rot, right? So we're gonna get a second grill up, and of course these are only 60 watts of power. It's not a big deal. All right, gonna be starting on the ranching rooms. Gonna be doing a little bit extra digging. We do have the buildings, and then we're going to be waiting for this guy to level up to get actual ranching. So it's probably around cycle 12 to 15. Now, these guys are angry. That's because of the egg. What we'll probably do is we'll just move the egg to here. Actually, we don't need to do that. I don't think we're going to go inside and get attacked. We can grab the mussel sprouts, but I think it's fine. So if you guys ever need food, you could technically go to the second planet, as that's going to be a better composition if you don't want to do the traditional aquatic stuff. But we're going to try to keep it, you know, traditional aquatic stuff for the sake of the run. Okay, looking pretty good. I may want to just build a floor here, because we want to keep this gum palm tree for more gaskets early game, and just do the ranching on these floors right here. We may also want to ranch on the floor above it, maybe, or we might just do a weird shaped size on this side. Get the digging. All right, let's get the tiles there. Hopefully we don't get stuck. We will want to get another grill here. And then BBQ. Gonna be the name of the game. No cooked fish yet. All the fishes are alive, it seems. We're gonna be doing a little bit of digging. Let's put a proper floor right there. And then also means we could start digging there. We're gonna have all the items sitting here as a result. Kind of bad, but at the same time should be okay. All right, research is done. Let's grab the other set of ranching skills, buildings. Connect that. So we have 6 tables. Dupe number 6 would not be bad. No one's a ranching still, though we can get a proper cook. Loud sleeper kind of sucks. Frostproof is pretty cool. Let's take Bonnie. All right, so around dupe 6 is kind of where you might want to consider slowing down and grabbing dupes, depending on your food situation. A lot of the times early game, food is going to be your limiting factor in how many dupes you could take. So you may want to consider that. Now, of course, Bonnie does cooking, so we're going to give him the cooking stuff. That means, though, we may want to redo Oshkon to do something else. Oshkon was the researching rocket pilot. So what we may do is have the 2 researchers specialize differently. One of them could do data analysis, and one of them could do applied sciences. So Rad, Bolt, and databanks, right, are going to be the main 2 differences there. Okay, because we're gonna have tiles here, we wanna dig this out. I guess I should have did that here as well. A little bit unfortunate. All right, we're just gonna be building out our floors. We are pretty good. We're gonna copy settings here. So if we do get the BBQ, we're gonna have it. Muscle tongue, a little bit of food. Ooh, the water's on here. Okay, so all the water up top is used up. Start using a little bit of the water here. Okay, we'll just set it up like that. There's 3 bloaters now. Not bad. We need to make sure we don't overuse the water, or if we do, swap this out with salt water so that the plant still grows. I'm gonna start building out the tiles. Okay, let them work. This is almost always going to be doors. Getting a little bit of algae for oxygen in the beginning. We'll eventually do want to have the sublimation station from the toilets. Food poisoning in the air is going to be a little awkward, but it should be not that bad. Okay, let him dig, let him work. Starvation, is he just pooping? He has a little bit of food, right? Bert is actually starving. All right, we're going to move the dupes that are eating, so they drop the food on the ground. And he decides that instead of eating, he's going to be relaxing. And instead of eating, he's going to be going to sleep. That's a little bit unfortunate. Well, he went to sleep for dinner, I guess. What's going on, Frankie? Welcome in. No pizza, but you had it yesterday. Pizza's always good. Gotta have the pizza, man. A fillet of fish. All right, let's do a cook on that. Bert's gonna want to eat that, but we need to stop him. Okay, let's do that. I'll just let him eat it. It's fine. I was considering cooking the food, get a little bit more out of it. Did they change something in Aquatic? No, we're just doing an all achievement run. Doing carnivore, locavore on this planet start is kind of interesting. So we want to see how that's going to play out. The early game would probably be the hardest part. Okay, now we're going to be able to get our small little ladder set up here. Okay, so right above this, we'll likely want to just remove this and then have this ability to jump in. And we're probably going to want to put a rock crusher here. Temporary setup, classic setup. But we will want to get this building, just so that we could start getting some of the resources we would want from that. Let's do a little bit of digging here. Okay. These two are going to be doors. Let's dig in. Let's go in this way. That way we don't lose the tree. All right, CO2 pit. Now the journey of getting food. So that is our biggest problem right now, getting food. We could technically just grab some of the mussels from here. Research. Okay, we're done. I'm probably going to want to try to get liquid res next. That's going to be nice for the plant pulverizer. Or a bottle filler. Let's grab bottle filler tech. Alright, there is 2 plants here with no beacons inside. So this could be potentially lettuce for us. Salt sticks. Alright, I think this is fine. Go up, go down, grab some of the salt sticks. And then we'll do a little bit of digging here. This is on auto harvest. Grab the salt sticks from there. And then we might as well grab the salt sticks from here. Simple stuff. You have to be careful with this guy, though. If they lay an egg, they're going to be angry. So the poke shells have this thing where they have a protective nature. If there is an egg in the area, they get big mad. And they try to protect it. Salt sticks are going to be there. You can't really cook those. Feels bad. Okay, so we will want to do some setups for the ranching soon. And then we might want to start coaling right away once we do get some tame slogos. That way we could start getting a little bit of BBQ. We do want to keep this on auto. And then we're probably going to want to dig this down with a drywall dig on that. Background tile dig. A lot of dirt. Can't really do much with it though. Okay. Auto harvest the mussels from there. Let's grab this as well. 68. Probably gonna leave that be. Ooh, there's meat down here. So auto harvest on both of these. Okay, and then we want to go down to here. You got the eggs, a little bit unfortunate. We may want to... I don't think my dupes are going to get hit too bad, right? I don't think the dupes are going to get hit too bad. Calories are back up. Couple of salt sticks, couple of mussel tongues. We do want a little bit more carbon dioxide, so we're just going to leave that open still. And we have 6 tables. Good enough. This is just so that we could make sure we grab the meats. We also want to save the slogos if we can. Alright, so as this is dug out, all the items fell through, right? We're gonna do a stagger pattern like this. Maybe more so like that. Grooming station. Maybe a double. And then we're gonna do... No, we probably just do a single. Drop off. And then a feeder there. Then we're gonna do the normal L-shaped setup there. Okay, grab the stuff. We're going to enable harvest here. Oh, they're beating up. Oh my god. No, we're actually gonna die. The crabs were super angry. Oh no, bro. Are we gonna build this in time? Oh no, he's knocked out, dying, and taking some damage. Alright, let's disable auto harvest on this for now. How much time do we have on this? Assign to Hassan. Save him. Let's go. Alright, so fighting the poke shells don't really give us anything. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Hassan's alive. He's at 0 HP. How come he's not resting at? Okay, so the ideal setup is probably just putting a door here. Or going down, picking up the egg and putting it right there. Because they're only angry because of the egg. So if we could set that up, that would be pretty good for us. Now, whoever's doing it, though, we gotta hope they don't get wrecked. Ho ho. Sleepy time. The pokey shells hit hard. They do, man. I did not realize they were gonna beat us up that badly. Oh, man. Leave, dude. Oh. It's just not worth. At least not now. Yeah, look at that slow-mo. We need to just kill them. Why are you in range? There we go. Take this guy out as well. Now, there we go. Use the high ground. That's smart. Alright, the Pokeshells don't give you any food, which is why it's kind of pointless to do anything with them. Also, a little bit unfortunate, but, you know, we have one dupe out of commission, and a lot of other dudes are hurt, and there's a penalty for that. Slight move speed penalty, a little unfortunate. Be like that though sometimes. It really do, it really do. Okay, so we're likely gonna want to ladder down, grab some more of the mussels and a soda cane. Ooh, we have enough meat. Cook seafood and barbecue. All right, so we're starting to get a little bit of food. Raw shellfish. Wait, that did not drop from the poke shell because they don't drop that. Oh, they do. Was that a change? I did not enjoy No Man's Sky, but I have played it, yes. Oh, they give you shellfish in general now. Wow, it's just that the sandy shell gives you more. Oh, that's really sweet. I did not enjoy No Man's Sky, unfortunately. All right, let's grab the res next. Free DLC for the 10th year anniversary. Nice. You're going to be playing that? Hassan is hurt. He is. Yeah, there's a reasoning why they're doing that, though. It's because nobody would want to get it anyways. I don't want to criticize the game too much, but it just feels like a big world with nothing to do. But yeah, not really feeling the game. Okay, so now that I realize that poke shells now give you shellfish kind of consistently, I'm considering ranching them, with the downside being the egg situation, right? So, because we can ranch them, I feel like we should. And we can make a setup for that. Good news, bad news, right? Alright, so we do kind of want to do a setup for that. Because they eat polluted dirt. which we could easily get from this biome, from all the polluted mud that's there. Not only that, they can eat the outhouse pea dirt. It's pretty good. Shipbuilding update. Nice. Shipbuilding update, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, so we might try to beat someone up, much like last time. Some people are hurt. He's trying to get some rest. We can't really do too much to help him, though. He's moving in slow-mo. Okay, so as long as my dupes aren't idle, what we'll probably will try to do is start carving out a little space. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. You run indeed. Someone almost died already. Nah. Feels fun, man. Classic Poke Shells, dude. They really do be like that sometimes. All right, so we are gonna probably want to do a weird double egg holding area. I'll probably want to do one here, and then we'll probably want to do one here, or maybe we might do both in this area. We'll see. Ooh, Kai. No one's that good though. Let's just take the pom-pom knit. How you doing though, Andy? Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. It is Tuesday, man. So I hope you're having a good one. All right, we're gonna grab the soda cane that's right there. Just want to make sure we grab the wild crops. Doing good. That's awesome, man. Good to hear. Good to hear. So you playing Power World. It was fun, but we beat the game, and it became a thing where it was a little bit too grindy for our tastes. So, you know, it's cool, but then, you know, kind of over it. Do we want to min-max this? Nah, probably not. We'll just probably just stick a deodorizer and call it a day. I might actually put the critter thing right here. Just because of how this is a weird shaped setup. It's meant to be like Pokemon in Swords, isn't it? No, it's a crafting survival game. It plays very similar to Enshrouded. The only difference is that you have the option of having a pal do the combat for you. Right? It's Pokemon in that sense. You could have, you know, someone do the fighting. You could also fight with it with weapons, but you could also just try to dodge the attacks. Because at the end of the day, you only lose when your HP goes down. And the POW could pass, right? And that's fine. You just let it rust and it heals. So it's a crafting survival game, man. It's pretty fun. I will say that's probably what a lot of people get wrong with it. It's just Pokemon, right? And it's like, it's not a, like, I wouldn't say it's like that bad that they're comparing it to that. But it plays very different from how people expect it to. Now, the thing is that it's funny. While it's not Pokemon, it's Pokemon at the same time. Because at the end of the day, man, funny enough, how it works out is the end game of both games are exactly the same. It's so funny how that works out. $64.40. No, you have endgame content that's the premise is you have to do a lot of breeding. 52, 36. And then we'll have to combine the rooms here. So the problem with it is that the game becomes tedious. Oh, we're missing a research. I guess I'll have to grab that real fast. And what I mean with that is that you could beat the storyline base game with any PAL that you kind of want to play with because of their design, how they look, whatever, right? You like dragons, you like cat girls who like, you know, they have the variety for you. Now, the problem is that after you beat the storyline, they unlock a hard difficulty where you could fight every boss again from the 8 bosses. And then on top of that, there are raid bosses because you could build a base, right? Like Enshrouded, crafting survival. And then this boss attacks your base and you have your entire 15 pals plus the one you summon, so 16. And then they all fight together and it's like a big battle royale. Now, the problem comes from the fact that at the hardest difficulty, it's a thing where the problem is if you don't min-max, you can't do the content. That's kind of what sucks about it. And then that becomes kind of like why it's kind of a problem. So I had the fully upgraded. You're not gear farming. That's the thing. It's breeding. So you could do a lot of the upgrades for your pals pretty straightforward. You could combine like 50, you know Dragon Ball? You know Dragon Ball. You know Piccolo? You're a gamer, you know who I'm talking about. Have you ever seen the show? There is a arc where Frieza's attacking the Namex, right? And they have like the strongest warrior right there, and his name is Nails. And Frieza's minions are beating their ass. And they're like, we gotta do this. This is our last resort. Like, what is he gonna do? And they take like all the other villagers and sacrifice their life and combine their power into Nails. They basically merge all their powers together to get one strong warrior to fight against Frieza's troops. That's what you do. You could catch multiple of the same pals and then combine them to get them stronger. And then that increases their quote-unquote star ranking, which is effectively just, you know, that is how strong they are on a tier level. So you could easily get a lot of pals combined it. And then you could also look at their base stats. So everything is base 100. So if you get something that's like 85, 85, 85 all around, it's pretty good. Attack, defense, hit points, right? Those are effectively your 3 stats. In Pokemon, the same thing. You have IVs, and you want to get something with good stats to upgrade. That way, you know, it becomes stronger. So those 2 things you could do. It's pretty simple, straightforward, not too bad. The problem starts occurring when you do hard mode, and not only do you need to do all that, you got to breed the rainbow passives. You get 4 passive slots. And as a result, you got to get the good passives. which is hard to get. And then it's pure RNG. And then on top of that, you have to have them have good IVs. So it becomes this thing where the stars have to align, and it gets kind of annoying. Aricia coming in with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Aricia. I see you over there. Welcome in, welcome in. How was the stream? How was the Onis, man? Is that right? I see you over there. Hopefully stream went well. Hopefully stream went great. But of course, thank you so much for the raid, Aricia. How was the run today, man? If you guys are just tuned in, my name is Too Legit. We're doing an all-achievement aquatic planet pack run. And as of right now, we're trying to do somewhat of a guided run. Taking it slow. That way, if you're a new player, you could play along with us and do the things that we're doing. And we're doing it at kind of a slow speed. Somewhat guided. We've already talked about what we're setting up right now. Just doing some ranching setups. And then we are, you know, just waiting to get the skill points. I think we just got it. Yep. We just got the ranch skill points, setting up the ranches, and starting getting the food situation a little bit better. Hope you're doing well. Setting up a Slicer ranch. We mostly just had a rant about critter ranching. Really do be like that sometimes. Yo, man, I see you over there. We're doing all right, though, man. Doing all right. We were discussing the optimal happiness levels for critters and the balance of using bracking to get more eggs breeder to fit more critters per ranch. Ah, yeah. That is 100% one of the things they've added to the game to kind of appeal to the people that like min-maxing. Because at the end of the day, I don't feel like it's worth the effort. Then again, that's just my opinion. Because I feel like the normal ranching optimized setup is good enough. You don't have to try to make bracking. You don't need to try to add in a condo. And while you can do it, I don't think it's, for the casual player, worth it. Just because of the nature of Oni isn't too cutthroat unless you're playing on max difficulty. But it's one of those things where knowing the optimal setup could be beneficial to you eventually. And it could be something good to explore. But I see you over there, man. Hopefully stream went well. Right now we're just doing the all achievements on Aquatic Planet Pack. So getting ready for Carnivore, trying to survive on the food without planning anything. Which means the Flu Corral cannot be grown until we get Locavore done. Unfortunate. What's going on, Highborn Jace? Welcome in. I like the optimize for space, so a smaller range is better fields for me. Yeah, I think the conclusion is using bracking for X's eggs was just better. I made a tier list recently about which critters were best for bracking feeding. Oh, I see you. That's awesome, man. I see you, Aricia. Good stuff, good stuff. This is hard when you're doing early food related achievements. Ranching was necessary, at least when I did it. No, I'm not saying it's not necessary. I just feel like min-maxing ranching is not something the casual player would ever need to think about if they're just trying to get the achievements or beat the game. On normal difficulty. Normal difficulty. That's just me, though. Unless you need a small ranch for space reasons. That could be a thing as well, yeah. But then that's counterintuitive. You need a small ranch, but then you're adding buildings that take up more space. So that you get more eggs. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I never really ranch playing normally. Huh, I would say ranching is really nice though. Getting into it is a pretty good time. Plastic ranching, yep, ranching for resources is huge. Not only that, there's also the efficiency from ranching is just really nice. But yo man, I see you, Aricia. Thank you so much for the raid. Awesome stuff with the ranching stuff. It's always good to dive deeper into the game. If you guys don't know, Marinea does a lot of Oxygen Included. Creates content for them as well, so check them out, you guys, if you guys don't already know about Marinea. There's so much free space in a 96 tile ranch, so it's nice to cram as many industrial buildings in there. That's a good point. I am happy though that you don't see people fill this up with bins. The worst thing you could do. Honestly, man, that is the worst thing. When that starts becoming a thing, man. Bins so old school. It is. Bins are not the business though. All right, 96. This is gonna be for the Slogos. We have some dupes that got beat up by the Pokeshells. One of them almost died. So we got some wounds. They gotta heal. They're taking their time though. All right, we're gonna want to catch the mucin that these guys make as well. We have a weird shaped ranch. Should be all right though. And then we need to consider how we want to do the egg dropper. I think we just do the same design here on this side after we move out some of the Pokeshells. But yeah, right now it seems that the biggest problem is not planting crops on this map. Seems kind of tough. We're gonna get ranching started though. So if you guys are following along with the guided playthrough that we're gonna be doing, we've been setting up rooms, teching up, getting a lot of the ranching tech. Got the initial starter room pack with the latrine, barracks, and the Great Hall. So a lot of the time, this is gonna be, every playthrough is gonna start very similarly. And then after this, it's really just solving the food situation early on, right? You may be already building farm tiles before getting maybe the Great Hall built or even the grills. But since we're doing the all achievement run on the Aquatic Planet Pack, we're going to be avoiding building any farming stuff. That way we don't lose the achievements. Already made some food. Let's go. And then Locavore 65, and then Carnivore is at 8,000. All right, so none of the calories matter this early on, not until later on. So we're just doing a lot of prep work. Any food that we eat at this point is just, you know, icing on the cake. So we're not really tracking that at the moment. It's not really a big deal. We're going to be doing a move to command with the mass move. If you guys don't have this mod, you guys could just click on everything and click relocate. This mod just allows us to do all of them at once. The big thing here is just to move out the stuff from the inside of the ranch. All right, let's do that. Now we do have it started, so we're gonna have Hassan, the non-specialized rancher, ranching. Do that setup. You have 2 cooks. All right, so this is going to be 8 critters on the Slogos. Put down a priority 9. This is gonna be at 7. So cycle 14, not really like a deadline or anything, but what we're going to want to do is get a full ranch up of the Slogos here. We'll probably want to get some more as well eventually, but for now we're going to get 1 full ranch of the Slogos, 1 full ranch of the Pokeshells. I didn't realize they made this change where Pokeshells give you shellfish. So it's pretty cool. I did not realize that. So we get some free food from both the critters here. We're going to be getting pea dirt from the toilets. We'll eventually do a little bit of mud spinning here with the pea mud. And then we're going to have slow go eggs here. Actually, let's do a little bit of move out of the resources here as well. What's going on, Sudak? We finished Blasted Ceres. The run's done. Alright, we're gonna move out the Slogos here. We're gonna move out that Slogo before it gets beat up. So one of the problems with this is you do want to kind of save the Slogos because they will get attacked by the Pokeshells. Our case, we had a small little area right here and right here, kind of just chilling. We may want to do this to get down to here and grab the Gum Palm, as well as the Soda Cane, the meat. Ooh, that's gonna rot already. And of course, the Slogos. Blasted Ceres, we were only doing pod objectives. This one, we're doing normal difficulty Aquatic Planet Pack. So this one's gonna be a little different. Alright, we're not going to move the eggs in here yet. They're going to loop this. And then we're going to do the Slogo eggs first. And then we're going to move out the Pokeshells into here. And then do a Pokeshell move out on the side. From there, we will see where we have space to do a little bit more ranching. We will have to break into the ocean biomes. Looks like there is going to be some space on this side. Because the tidal springs are going to be down there. And then we're going to need to grab the tidal springs because it's going to be free powered. Alright, this is 96 tiles. We'll get this build out. Should be not bad. Okay, so we do have ranching. We have to give them the ranching skill. You could start working on that. Nah, man, we're doing the title project. We're gonna be doing... Do we have this already? I guess we do. We're doing the plant pulverizer to latex. We do need the vulcanizer though, which is going to be one of the things we're going to want to grab soon. Vulcanizer, where is that on the tree? Oh, it's right there. Okay, we'll grab that soon. With the metal refinery. Alright, so this is going to drip there. Put some tiles there to catch the drip. Mop up what we can. Aquatic Planet Pack is the easiest carnivore in the game. Really? Why do you say that? Is it the fish? I feel like fish is good food, especially for carnivore. The problem is that you can't really ranch them if you're doing a locavore on top of that. They are great food stores, though. It's just that I don't think it's actually the best. They're phosphorite in the wild, very little. I had 6 blocks so far. Kind of like this. So if I go into... Oh no, we actually have a good amount here. Maybe we do just dig up the phosphorite and feed the beacons. That would be a good secondary option here. ranch on wild plants, I don't think it's feasible. %13 per cycle. This grows, so 2 cycles, I feed 1 beacon. Kind of. Every 2 cycles, I feed 1 beacon. And then the problem with that is I would have to kind of get lucky. I guess it would work though, I guess. But yeah, the beacons are really good. We might actually just do a small beacon ranch and just dig up the phosphorite. That would be a pretty good food source. Right now, though, we're going to be doing some slow goes. Okay, this is done. Slow go eggs. We're going to want to block this. Not allow the rancher in. And then allow the rancher in at the bottom. Get a critter trap. Alright, we got 3 slow goes. We did not get down to there. Oh, the food rotted. And we will want to capture these guys. These are also going to be all allowed to be auto-harvested. Pretty good. But yeah, I don't think this is the easiest map for carnivore. I would still say base game. Base game. Classic game is probably the easiest. You just dig upwards and get 20 shovels. Smoked fish, that's also another good option. We might do smoked fish with the beacons. You do need skill, though, to use the smoker. It is not bad, though. Okay. This is probably time for the vulcanizer. PvP with jawbows is pretty easy. I don't think so. Not anymore. Just because they kind of nerf ranching Paku. So it's like, what are you feeding the jawbows? No one here is that good. We'll take the tablets. Not that we need that. Food's a little low. We're going to be doing the grooming here. We'll eventually get this done. You feed the jawbows cooked fish. Still not that bad. I would say it's at that point, it's kind of like, well, you know, all the maps are not that bad. It's like carnivore is just not that bad then. You need a source of bracken. I feel like in theory, all of that sounds like it's a thing. Oof. But I feel like in practice, I don't feel like it's actually like as easy as it sounds. All right, food is still decently okay. Cycle 15. Shellfish is being... we're going to start doing this. Let's get that done. You don't ranch Rex. Rex is pretty good food. I would just fight 5 lums to make the brisket. Those are also pretty good options, doing the lums. The problem with the lums is you have to wait for the figs, which is the major problem. It's just kind of annoying to set that up. Okay, so we kind of want to make the Pokeshell stranded. All right, good. He can't actually... There we go. He's fine, he's fine. All the strats are valid, yo. Alright, lip, door, 1, 2, 3, 4, tie. Cool. And then we want to do this setup. 1, 2 dispenser. And then we'll have to get here from another way. What's going on, Ace Little Boy Hero? Welcome in. I see you over there. Hope you're doing well, man. Appreciate you for tuning in. Sleeping in freshly washed bed sheets. Nice, nice. Oh, dude, the Sea Queen's getting beat up. All right, so this setup right here, let's talk about this. This is going to be our anti-cramping setup. So in the early game, ranching, the biggest problem you have with ranching is eggs. The eggs cause cramping. So what you want to do is give all the critters here enough space for themselves. And there's 12 cells per space they need. In a 96 tile space, that means we get 8 sluggos. This value is going to change depending on the critter, but in our case, both the Pokeshell and the Slogos are 12 cells each. So in a 96 tiles, they're going to be 8 each. It's going to be how that works. And then the biggest thing is moving out the eggs. Since we're not going to have sweepers, which is a little bit more endgame and later on in the game, and these buildings, the sweepers, effectively just move out the eggs into a loader and out of the room. That's the goal. You're going to want to move the eggs out of the room. So we're setting up a egg mover setup that's automatic. And the logic is simple. We have this door blocked out. No one's allowed to stand here. And then this door blocks out the rancher. He's not allowed to stand there. So we click on this and you see there's no squares right there. He's not allowed it. On the bottom half, it's the opposite. Only the rancher is allowed in. So only the rancher is able to come in here so that when a slug is needed to get moved out, they're going to be able to just go in and move the egg out with the trap. Or move the critter out with the trap. And then everyone else is going to be able to pick up the eggs and deliver it here. Since this is going to be only allowing certain dupes in, the dupes cannot pick up the egg from this tile. And then the rancher can't deliver the egg from this tile. So it stops the infinite loop from happening. So that way we could do the eggs automatically get moved out. So what we want to do is make this priority 9. And then that should work. We're going to separate these because if the Pokeshells get in the same room, they're just going to beat up the slugs. So we don't want that to happen. We're going to have a separate egg room for the Pokeshells. All good, thank you. How are you? Doing all right, man. I'm super tired, but you know, we're getting by, doing the best we can, man. Hope you're doing well too, Ace Billy Boy Hero. I tested this strategy. No, this works. You just can't have more than one type in here. So like all the hatches, and then if you do get the variants, you're gonna have to make an evolution chamber for the variants. That way the critter trap doesn't get stuck. And then you can't mix base types. So you can't mix, you know, pips, Drakos, and all that together. It works though. It works really well, and it's a great solution, if not the best. The only real problem is if you're ranching multiple critters, that does become a problem. And it's only for the land-based ones. I guess it does work too for the aquatic ones as well, to a different degree. But it does work, it does work. All right, let's go up this way. They're dropping a little bit of the sluggo stuff. There's a little bit of idleness, so we're going to want to take care of that. Let's mop this up because there's not going to be any more slugs here. And then that way we won't be slipping anymore. Okay, this is basically ready. So we're going to put pea dirt, rot piles. We're also going to want to put a bin right here for said rot piles. And then we're also going to want to put a deodorizer in front of that bin and also by the toilets. Okay, we're going to want to get that. Want to get that. And we want to get that. Did we make an aquatic version yet? Do you have to use fish traps? Yeah, fish traps. You automate the fish trap on a critter sensor. I did it in the first time we played APP. But I did have a sweeper there, though you could set this up pretty easily. But yeah, having the critter sensor is what made the fish trap a lot better. Took it to the ferry. Nice. Good stuff, man. Gotta fix the car. Car problem's not the business. Awesome stuff, awesome stuff. Spending some quality time. Have you taken her to the fair yet? And given, have her tried out like fair food? Those are always like, what do you call that? The classic experience. Like, I remember the first time I had funnel cake. I was like, damn, this shit is so good, dude. I can't believe this exists. Deep fried cake. All the powdered sugar. Oh my god. Just an idea. Maybe a little bit too hot right now. What's going on, Ishvan? Welcome in. She liked the rides more. Oh man, maybe she likes the roller coaster. You guys got amusement parks over there, like roller coaster themed ones? I don't know about the roller coaster game over there, because it's like I feel like those have kind of died out. It's like not as popular anymore. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. Ishvan, you're late, man. Don't worry, it's gonna be on YouTube. Welcome in, welcome in. All right, so this is set up. We're going to start moving in the Danny shell and Pokey shell eggs. Then we get an oak shell. We have to be careful with that. We're going to want to move those out. Oshcon, you need to stop getting hurt. I see you, Ishvan. Cycle 17. Lot to get done, man. So of course, if you guys do prefer one of the critters over the other, you could run double of the same critter type. We're doing one Slogo, one Pokeshell Ranch. Why? Oh, your narcoleptic nap. Please don't get beat up by the Pokeshell. Not feeling great. Got some bug, I guess. Had to get out early, get that chick from Costco. Oh, I see you. Yo, man, feel better. Gotta get that big rested. One of the big things is when you get sick, man, immediately one of the things you want to do is, like, if you can, get some vitamin C. And then try to stay warm and not move as much as you can. That's tough, though. Especially when you gotta take care of the kitty cat and stuff like that. But, like, that speeds up the recovery about a good amount, I feel like. But yeah, man. Feels bad. Stay healthy as best as you can. That's another thing. When you work in an office, man, they're blasting the AC. They're keeping the office cold. And it's this thing where it's like, man, it's borderline, I feel like, inhumane. But the logic is that you're the most awake in a cold environment. It's harder to fall asleep until it gets really cold. Because the warmer it is, the more cozy you feel and comfy you feel, and then the more you want to just pass out. They don't want people being sleepy, man. Feels bad. Oh, you have them. The Ghost Train, the Fun House. That's awesome, man. Wear the hoodie year round in the office. Oh, they allow you to wear hoodies at the job site? Yo, man, that's awesome. They allow you to wear hoodies. Alright, we do have the pit. I'm gonna let him chill there. Ranching the pit would have been pretty good. I just didn't want to waste the gun bomb. Alright, for the most part, from here, we're just going to be wanting to increase the amount of critters we could get. So the idea now is to just get all the critters within range ranching. And it seems like I think we're pretty good with this. We also have the salad spinner, right? Yeah, we do. So we're going to want to start tapping into the polluted water, mainly going to be the mud here, to get some pea dirt to feed the feeder right there. We also made a bin here for rock piles. Priority 9. I'll probably uncheck that from here. That way, if food does rot in here, we move it out ASAP. Ah, I see you. You're in the bag all the time. No flip-flop the shorts. But you cool with that anyways. That's fair, man. Alright, so this is gonna be for the Pokeshells. We'll put Sandy Shells here as well, but it's not gonna be a big deal. And then we'll start ranching them. So 1, 2, 3, and they're gonna want to get to here. 4, 5. Okay, so we'll probably just go up, dig this down, start putting proper floors here. We should probably also rummage through this. And maybe equip the booties. So then we're going to be moving them to here. As you could see, there's going to be a little bit of polluted oxygen from the critter feeders. We have a deodorizer right there. If you want to be extra careful, we put one on the other side as well. But we're not really too worried about that. A little bit of polluted oxygen is all right. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to be able to wrangle these guys. And then the Pokeshell eggs are going to get moved out. So technically getting the Danny shell is going to be more food for us. This gives you 4,000 shellfish versus the 1,200 you get from the other variants. But you know, we're not going to be really too hard pressed about that. Gonna be okay. Okay, and we're probably gonna want to continue the ladder going up. These guys are gonna get wrangled. The egg got moved out. That means we're gonna be able to start grabbing the food from there. And then we are going to be chilling for a little bit. Build and dig is going to be a lot of what we want to do. And then we're going to want to try to tie into a tidal spring. This is going to be for super sustainable. We already got a gear gasket right here from the, it just spawns here, right? Did we get 2 from that? There's just 1. Where did we get the second one? Where is it actually? Gasket. I have a second one right here. I guess that was from the research portal. Either way, we're probably going to want to tap this. So we're going to want to do that. Grab a tidal spring here. And this is going to require someone with with swimming skill. And then we're likely going to want to just pull the power back. So that's going to be the starter setup with that. We may want to do fish ranching in this area. The smart move would be to break into the salt water from up top and then drain it out on the right side. Little bit of pressure damage right there. Hopefully it's not going to be a big deal. All right, research is done. We got the vulcanizer. It's going to be a little bit power heavy, but we should be all right. Let's grab the bottle drainer stuff. Not too bad. And then we'll be making gaskets soon because we just got the vulcanizer. At the refinement building? Oh, this requires refined metal. All right, let's make some zinc. Let's do a 25 right there. And then these guys are able to eat, do their thing. All right, they both got brushed. Pretty good. We're going to want to mop and also wrangle these guys when we can. And then I guess getting to here is not too bad. That way we could get to the resources right there. First tidal spring, free power. I may want to lower this so that this gets filled up with a little bit of salt water here as well. But I do want to keep this filled, so we're probably going to leave this wall here. Another thing is that since we're going to be digging through this area, we need to be a little bit careful. So bam, 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 bam. This allows us to climb in and jump in before we open this up at the bottom. Starvation. We got food, man. Is he pooping? Is that what's happening? Yeah, he's just pooping. Classic dupes. Guys, stay hydrated. It's hot outside. You know what's kind of funny with this? We might be better off with mesh tile there. They're giving us good oxygen, man. It's kind of nice. Ishvan joining the dupe colony. First one today. Who would you like to claim, dude? That's the list of dupes. Let me know. Let me know. All right, top down then. Ishvan is it. We got Sailor Ishvan. Is that the only dark blue? I guess this one works. And then we'll give them some shorts. Now we'll give them the waders. Let's go. Give them the brown waders. And then let's get some green shoes to match. We don't have that green. That's a little unfortunate. Maybe we get the blue then? We don't have that blue. Man, the color scheme's not matching. Kind of sucks. Alright, there we go. Navy boots. Welcome in. Let's see. We give him the swimming cap. There he is. My man is fat. Looking good. Welcome to the colony, dude. Alright, food, ranching, got the critters. Nothing wrong with looking good, man. A little bit of oxygen here, and we're going to try to release that. We do want to eventually use up all the water. Okay, so my Duke's not doing anything. We're going to start trimming this area. We are looking at phosphorite. We're going to try to make sure the phosphorite is not eaten by the beacons here. It's going to be kind of interesting how we're going to want to do this. Oh, we should just use this as water for our starting ranch setup. That's honestly, I think, a pretty good idea. Spill that inwards so that we get a small little ranching area right here. Yeah, we could do that. So, do a 2-tile setup. We're going to leave the gum tree there. That's not too bad. We got a printable. Alright, gasket. Nice, that's more power. That's just going to make doing super sustainable a little bit easier. Alright, we're going to let the dupes do what they're doing. The ranching's looking pretty good. We don't need the pea dirt yet, right? I guess we should look that up. Polluted dirt, we're going to want to keep that. That's at 0. They're at 55 kgs. They eat 70 kgs per cycle. So the toilets are going to be gravy. It's really just making sure we could deal with the polluted water. Okay. So this is going to be great oxygen for us. Not going to lie. So given the normal spacing, we're going to have to do that, which is fine. I want to relocate this water, but we don't have a good spot to move to. And we're already at the neutronium wall. But I do want this mud. This is going to be free polluted dirt for us. Oh, we could start sieving this then. And start getting water for ourselves. And keep these guys in the fresh water tank. That could be not bad. The only problem with that is that that's a lot of water we're gonna have to process. I guess it's something we could get started on. Yeah, soda cane and all that stuff, we're gonna start clearing from here. We need to start getting the dig in. Speed this up. We're gonna try to use this as a starter water tank. We can now dig this for the free oxygen. And then we're going to keep the power there. Free power. So that means I'm probably not going to need to run the wheel anymore. Let's recharge at 25, only when it's really low. Otherwise, we're going to rely on this. Could we have the beacons and polluted water? That may be not a bad idea. only problem is it's going to be kind of hard to do. Okay, so at this moment, we've got 2 ranches started, cycle 19. So we got our Pokeshells and our Slogos. We took everything in our starting biome and moved them into the ranch. Whatever we could save. As long as you have at least 1, you can multiply it. So we're slowly getting eggs and Pokeshells now. We have our food bins automatically cooking everything we get from that. And then we have our room set up. Barracks, latrine, laboratory, and Great Hall. 2 ranches set up and 96 tiles. As you can see, the shape doesn't really matter. At the early game, it's just making sure you get the rooms and the bonuses. And if you could do that, you're good. Not really too worried about the extra stuff. So the next thing we're going to try to do is try to get power, which we did. Tidal Turbine is going to be giving us charge now. And we're going to be trying to set up Carnivore a little bit better. So at this point, we could start researching still. I'm going to grab Smart Battery just because we can. And then we made a little bit of refined metal at the Rock Crusher. We're going to need that to get the Vulcanizer, but because we got a gasket from the pod, I'm actually okay to not grab that. So this could be another power source. You know, Tidal Spring down there, Tidal Spring down there, Tidal Spring right here. And what makes a lot of sense is we'll probably want to combine a little bit of the water pools here. Just so that's a little bit better. Now, the thing is, though... Yeah, the oxygen's going to be coming out now from there, from the beacons eating here. We're probably going to want to move some beacons into the other rooms, and also maybe get a tile here, if I can. The big thing with that is, I don't want these tiles to break. Is this reachable? It can. Okay, nice. And then we want to have this open right here. Problem is that there's a Starnacle in the way. I guess we just go down and up like this. Nice. Dig that, allow us to go down this way. Not bad. And then we'll probably want ladder. Because we're going to be lowering the water level a little bit. I probably want to drain this as well. I was planning on draining this, but I'm rethinking how we want to do this. This got done. We're going to leave the Oxlite floating, so it's we don't have to worry about the job. If they do jump up, though, we could just dig it. It's no big deal. So this is going to be fine. The rancher is going to be doing the ranching anytime he can. And then for now is we're going to start trying to get into the water tank right here. Bump this up. So the ladder is just, you know, the water level drops a little bit too much. We're going to need a way up still. So we need a ladder for that. At this point, if there's nothing we need to give the dupes, it's swimming or carrying capacity. It's going to be a lot of the times what improves the gameplay for a lot of the people. Asando's having a bad time. Though I do think if he eats at the meal hall, he'll be fine. It's just we're kind of out of food right now, so it's kind of tough. Alright, we have a random Pokeshell in here. Okay, a little bit of a food situation. There are no Pakus here. We would want to automatically eat the Pakus. So what we're going to do is we're going to auto harvest this water weed. Oh, No, we should be able to do this. This is going to allow us to get a little bit of lettuce, which is a lot of calories. It's like 9,000. All right. And then disable auto harvest. We're going to keep that for the bloater. Just in case, we're going to put that there. That's a lot of calories that we don't have to worry about anymore. He's eating about 3,000. Catch up, right? And then we're going to be building this out. I probably do want to spill this out. This bloater is having a bad time. Since he's miserable and he's going to die immediately. This is... feels bad, man. Build out the ladders. Okay, so the beacon ranch is probably going to be the next thing we're going to want to look at while digging out the space right here, because we do want to clear out the starting biome, eventually get up to the pea water and start sieving that, getting clean water for the research, and of course so that we could do a little bit of mud processing, because the sand from sieving becomes pea dirt, right? They're going to want that. So we're going to want to dig out this area. So drywall line here. We want to do that. Normal dig here. So this is going to be a platform, and then we're going to ladder up. We're going to change that ladder, though, once we kind of clear this area, but we got to clear it first. Also, never really too worried about clearing out Nori. There's a lot on the map. So typically, you just let them do what they want to do. Though, one pro tip is once you do have it discovered, you want to make sure you're not delivering it. Because it's going to take up space, it's going to rot. And then it's also going to cause your dupes to be traveling to the polluted water all the time. It is what we call in the business a bad time. Alright, for that reasoning, I might actually want to do a tighter area and go up here. And then we just gotta let them work right now. So the Beacon Ranch will be great food, but I'm not really too hard pressed for that right now. We're not rushing. You don't have to eat meat consistently until cycle 50. So a lot of times you're not really, like, the race hasn't begun yet. You're still doing prep work for carnivore. So you want to be able to be prepared. Full-size ranch, eggs already laid, and you're increasing the amount of potential ranch rooms depending on what you're ranching, so that you could feed everyone food every day. If you start getting too much food and you're not cooking it in time, just build more grills, because the food's stored inside the contents right here. Never rots. That way you can just hold on to the food, early game storage. All right, there's the fillet of fish right there. Can we not reach that? Boop, boop, boop. We can. There we go. Some people can't swim, so I guess they can't do that, right? Lettuce. Fillet of fish. Oh, the lettuce is about to rot, dude. Feels bad. We can't cook that. Okay, so we're getting free oxygen from some of the bloaters down there. This might break, but that's fine. A little bit of breakage right here from the water pressure. Cthulhu joining the Duke colony. Would you like to claim that? This is the list. We have lettuce. We just gotta eat it. Let me get a row in. Let's go. Ocean Man. Take him by the hands. Cthulhu, man. Have you ever considered changing your name to Cthulhu 67? There we go. Ocean Man. It wouldn't be the same. That's fair. That is fair. The youths are done with that. Oh wow, it's over. I can't believe it, boys. The end of an era. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, 1%. Ah, man. Oh, I forgot to change the schedule. All right, let's give everyone downtime right now so they go eat. No, it rotted. Okay, I lied. Everyone back to work. I forgot to change the schedule. That's my bad. I was like, yeah, we have a narcoleptic dude. That's why he's napping there, right? Well, at least that goes to the Pokeshells. They're gonna be starving soon. So we will want to try to get the sieve setup done. Bert is stuck. No, you're just idle. No, you are stuck. I gotta see how many of the kids get my back rooms reference. None of the staff did. Yo, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. We got the staff is old. Staff really do be old sometimes. I mean, I'm gonna be real, I didn't get it either, but I didn't see the movie. I'm also kind of impressed. He took a concept from the internet and made it into a movie. Low-key impressive. All right, right now we're going to be trying to get some food for the Pokeshells. Starvation. We have fish fillet. Fish fillet. Where is this? Oh, he can't reach it. The OG creator did a decent job. I guess when the lore is deep and there's a lot of visual already like designs for that, if they stay true to it, it works out. I could see that. All right, there is waterweed here that I guess we will try to get into. Let's dig that, harvest this. Lettuce is always good. Someone grabbing the fillet. No one is grabbing the fillet. I think some of the haulers don't have the swimming skill to be able to do it. All right. We're going to learn to swim today. Ocean Man has swimming. Ishvan has swimming. Hassan doesn't have skill points. Bert has swimming. Bonnie will get swimming. Oshkon will get swimming. As long as I see you over there gross, it'd be like that, man. You gotta watch out for the lettuce. I don't remember the last time I had lettuce. Lettuce is something I feel like I only have in a burger. Not gonna lie. It's only if I'm eating a burger that I have lettuce, I feel like. Alright, we do want to do that. Welcome in, though, Gross. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. We're just doing an all achievement run right now. Trying to set up enough meat and food for ourselves. Otherwise, looking to do all right. Hopefully we are. Smoker is one of the best cooking buildings in the game. The only problem is that you... Oh, it's baby Pip. Alright, I guess we'll take you this guy. This is the second time they offered it to us. It requires the enhanced seasoning skill to use, which is not a bad thing, just 2 skill points. It's one of the better cooking buildings in the game because of the amount of calories it adds flat up, and it's also doesn't require you to be actively using it. So the smoker takes a while to cook. I think it's 600 seconds, but your dupe doesn't have to be there. You just have to load it and it's cooking. So the problem is that it's pretty hot. You do need to deal with the carbon dioxide in like a storage building of some sort. So a lot of times you may want to beeline to grab the gas canister filler. Where is that? Right here. That way you could have it be put into a tank and then just dump it out manually anytime you need to. And then... Wow, that's pressure damage. Are you serious? Dude, come on. Really? Alright, man. I can't believe this is doing pressure damage. That's so jank. But it's great. Now, the problem is that not a lot of things could be cooked at the smoker, but if you can cook things at the smoker, it's recommended to use it. It's pretty good. Yeah, man, pressure damage all the time, every time. So in short, smoker is great. But yeah, it's one of those, takes a while to cook. So for meat, you can't really cook it unless you have the dinosaur meat called tough meat. And then if you have fish, you could smoke the fish, which is great. Smoked fish is awesome. Dude, there's a tropical pacu. I didn't even realize that. We're going to eat the pacu. It's gonna be eating the seeds, man. It's not good. Oh, the bubbles. Let's also dig this out. The flue coral, man. It's causing problems. But yeah, smoker, one of the better food buildings in the game. Free oxygen, it's always nice. Fish fillets, yes. If you do end up getting beacons and fish, I would recommend to use that, 100%. just that I don't have a beacon ranch yet. So once we get the beacon ranch, we will consider it. But the problem with the beacon ranch is that we won't be able to sustain it. We're only able to use the phosphorite that we dig out. And if we run out, right, you're going to have to go to the other ocean biomes and keep digging. But they are a great source of food. So if you can get the beacon ranch set up, it's not a bad idea. All right, no more pressure damage. We got the rip curl right here. Let's go. So if we need power, we do another gasket setup. No starticles. We can't use the planter box. So it's like, if you have the setup for it, sure. But you need 2 cycles to feed 1 beacon with the starticle. So it's like, I don't know how good that really is going to be. More water pressure damage. Classic stuff. Alright, we'll probably... I don't want to dig this phosphorite because the beacons are going to eat it. Okay, so how do we want to do this right now? I want to get this started so we could start getting into here and grab seawater. That way we'll be able to feed the poke shells. But they seem to be okay with just the toilet dirt. And then I want to start getting the beacons design started. Either way, it probably makes sense to do it from the bottom first. So if we can, we should probably do that. We'll be able to reach here. Yeah, we'll be able to reach all of this from the ladders we already have built. Cool. We're going to want to dig this. But yeah. Smoker, fillet of fish, great combo. It's good stuff, man. Dude, look at that free oxygen. All right, 4 eggs. A lot of Slogo eggs. We were at 8 Slogos. Pretty good. Make sure... Oh, there's 9 here. And it's... Oh, no, it's just an egg. All right, egg got moved out, so we're good. None of these have hatched yet, though. What's your plan for carnivore? Stack up as many eggs as we can, and then we're going to start incubating. So we made a little bit of zinc. $1,200. But if we could get the beacon ranch set up early enough, we're not really too worried. Because the beacons are so much food. We will try to set that up if we can. So we'll try to work on that right now. Nice. Oh, so we got the nori trap. We gotta watch out for that. We have deodorizers here in case the polluted oxygen sneaks out. And then we're just gonna have to dig this out because we kind of need to do it. So to get started, we have a little bit of consistency with the land critters. These guys are already producing eggs. And then we're going to be trying to get the beacon ranch started while we have this setting us up. Little bit of starvation. It's fine. We're going to have a lettuce right now. So a lot of the carnivore early game comes from balancing out the calories. You usually don't want too many dupes, right? You got to make sure you have to feed everyone. Since you can't plant crops, it's kind of tough. We could always eat the little pip. I don't know if I want to do that though. New dupe starts starving. Can we move you out? Bert's pooping, washing his hands. All right, there we go. Share the lettuce, boys. Okay, so if we do a fish tank, this width kind of matters. We could also spill out this salt water in this way as a result. So we do want to build out these tiles. After we build that out, we want to be able to spread out the water right here. I am considering using a little bit of polluted water. Ooh, and look at that. We have a slow go, baby. That means meat is going to be added in soon. Okay. Let's see how much salt water we could actually get into here. Fresh water. We had to make sure we don't touch the hydroponic farms. Okay, cool. So how much is this? There's no pool size. 5, 3, 4, 800, 3, 7, 12, 12, 2. Plus 10%, 10%, so 12,3, 12,250, so 1250. Okay, we should easily be able to do this, right? Create space this way. Ocean Man's gonna get stuck. Alright, this is gonna build and push the water up. Okay, do the same thing again. Build that over there. Okay, so you got stuck somehow. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Dude, that looks like a sporkin. What plant is this? Petapoof. Random sporkins can happen. Alright, we're gonna have to do this. Free up some of the water from here. And then we could slowly add in salt water from the other areas, like here or here. Also right here. Okay, we're gonna want to do bottle filler here for water. For throughput purpose, we're gonna have that. And then we are going to have Steve right there. We're just gonna use regular pipe. Get that ready. All right, so all this could be dug out now. Water is spilling. And then we need to consider the tank size that's optimal for what we want to do. So realistically, 18, and these are 8. Wow, that's not a lot. 10 kgs per cycle. We'll be getting how much fillet from each? 1,000. And then with the 1,000 fillet, we'll probably just pitcher pump this salt water. With the 1,000 fillet, it becomes 16. So every 3 cycles, we get 2 eggs. That's 32 every 3. So that's 1 dupe per beacon. Okay, that's not bad. Do we want to max size this? It might end up being too much food. I guess we could just do a max size setup for this. Okay, so what makes sense then is we're probably going to want a tile here. Eventually have that set up. We do have a little bit of a calorie need right now. The bloaters end up being free oxygen, but it's not that amazing. Okay, we can't reach that muscle. That'd be pretty good. This is, yeah, not going to be ready in time. Can we reach that? Grab the water weed from there. Soda cane's not going to be ready. And then a bunch of flu corral seeds right there. Okay. So the starvation takes a full day for them to actually fully starve. So we'll let them sleep through their thing. We do have some slogos here. So we could go in and start the exodus. Get a little bit of BBQ for the greater good. We have meat. Where is this? Oh, it's already there. We're not letting them eat that because we want to cook the meat. It's going to be fine, though, once we get to this. Build this out. This is 15, so we probably do just bring that up. I'm really thinking we do a half-half with the polluter water, but I'm not sure. We're going to slow down on research so they could work on some other stuff. There it is. We're going to grab that. Hey, look at that. Pea dirt. It's only a sandy shell here. Wow, he killed everything, huh? Scary. He took everything out. Nothing much on this side. Ooh, minnow. Hello. Sushi, gasket, gum palm seeds. We're gonna have to make some sushi at some point, which means we're gonna have to grow mealwood. Eventually, we'll get there. Okay, so we do have some baby slugs. We could start evolving these little guys. Is there a tag for if they could survive underwater? They can, right? Feels bad, man. We need 2 kgs of meat. Full cycle we could wait on. Ooh, ooh. Soda cane. Yep, we're gonna be grabbing that. A lot of pea dirt stuff from this side. Oh, we have something over here. All right. Auto harvest, more lettuce. Okay, so we will do the normal aquatic setup. Do we not have the aquatic ranching? Yeah, we do. Is that not food? Aquatic grooming station. And then we will want the feeder. Then we're going to want to do door setup here. Then we'll likely want to do this. Actually, we'll see how we're going to want to do that top part. We may want to put doors here. 12, is that minimum size for the ranch? 12, cool. So this technically works. Yep, we got a full submergence. We got to do that. We're going to move out the items from here to the ledge. They just climb up through the sling. Okay, so we do want to use up the water from here. We could also start spinning the mud. I guess I'd be doing too much doing that right now. I think we should just get the beacons up. Yeah, we're gonna do the beacon setup. All right, we're gonna dig that. And then we're gonna go down this way. Of course, that means all this mud's gonna get bopped. Another starvation. Eating the lettuce. Pit bags. I guess we'll take this. A proper rancher that's narcoleptic feels bad. We could also just fight the sandy shell. Little bit of a food situation. Just a little bit. We want to move one of the bloaters out. Or maybe not this guy. Baby bloater. If we can. Ooh, it's popping some of the tiles. Alright, we're gonna do a weird setup. Hashtag weird setup. Okay. Just in case. We need to climb down. Okay, so we do have time still. Beacons get tamed really fast and give you eggs really fast. So I'm not really too worried about that yet. We just gotta set this up properly. We do have some makeshift food. Looks like my dupes did get to eat. And I guess for now, we're gonna be able to do this. Let's attack some of the slugs. Get a little bit of food on the table. And of course, we do want to sweep up a lot of the stuff here so they don't get eaten, just in case. Get the meat, boys. Meat's back on the menu. Barbecue. Let's go. 2 more pieces of meat. We're gonna blow it around for some oxygen we're gonna need later. We still gotta build this out. Let's do the construction 7 here. The uproot is also priority 9. And then we want to get the door there. So let's bop everything here to a 7. Okay, then on this side... So this is technically a ranch. We just need more water. So here, here, here. You guys might be able to see what the plan is. All right, 72. Let's go up to 96. So it's right there. Yay. That means this is going to be a tile like that. So we're going to do a layered water setup. Design, pretty simple. Can we get the meats? Priority 9. Hassan, go get it, man. What are you doing? Oh no! Salt water that way. That's not good. Mop this up, boys. Too many gas bubbles. Timo, it's cooling down, but it's humid. Thunderstorms. Be safe, Timo. That looking like the scary times over there. Oh man, actually someone might die. Alright, so who it is that wants the food? Ishvan. We're gonna give him the meat. We may have to eat some of the critters. This guy might be the guy that makes the most sense. Ishvan's having some raw meat because otherwise he's gonna die. Feels bad. We're gonna not research. And then, yep, we're gonna want to straight up attack these guys. Get some more meat. We need the BBQ and catch up. The Sandy Shell is gonna help us out too. Catch up on a little bit of calories. Soda cane right there too is gonna be not bad. Okay, this is done. It's raining. That means the humidity is gonna be there. Shellfish. Can we cook that, boys? Real fast? If we can, dude, they're gonna have food. So Bert at 400. Wow, this is all ice? Dude, Minnow, you're gonna get frozen. That's some tough times right there. Alright, so the sandy shells might be something we might want to go for. Grab the water weed there as well. Alright, 300. The cook's almost done. And we need Bert to be eating, and Bert's eating. Nice. There's going to be another cooked seafood. Okay, good times. I'm probably going to want a mesh tile here. You want Oshkon? Timo joining a Duke Colony. Oshkon's in. Timo! Timo is going to be... Timo is always wearing the Timo outfit. Classic. Look at Timo. Looking good. Oh, you the chef. Chef Timo, always cooking. Ocean Man. Gotta give him the swim cap. Alright, no one's starving anymore. They got the foods. Good stuff. Alright, we're gonna be trying to do this dig, basically. And now that this is ready, we could do the water fill. I want to build this out first, though. Okay, so this is gonna help stop the waters from spilling in. Not gonna lie, it's kind of annoying. But we'll fix this soon. Phosphorite. Swimming. We got to get more water there. All right, a little bit better. And they keep adding in the water, though. Feels bad. All right, we're going to change this to airflow, man. Gotta stop adding the water this way. Okay, we're gonna want to do this. This is very close to being ready. Cycle 27. We still have time. Still have time. Okay, more water issues. Classic. Alright, so we basically just need to dig out some tiles. We'll do the sand right here. We got to build this out. It's getting close. I guess mesh here is not bad. We do want to get to the side eventually. And then these guys are not starving, so I'm not really too hard pressed to get this started. Though I will want to get the power wire, right? Eventually. Not ranching, it's fine. I want to get another guy there just to be able to breathe in the oxygen. But they're creating so many water bubbles. I really just need to attach this thing. That should help out a lot, to be honest. Alright, so the beacon ranch is going to be simple. The beacons check water tiles. So if you bring up room overlay, you have something called pool size. Pool size is what dictates whether or not they have enough space. They're different from land critters with the space required. That's actually why we have this weird design with doors here. We're going to prevent the beacons from moving. And then we're going to effectively keep the beacons here. And this is just going to be filled with water to give them the room space. Alright, that opened up. Should be a little bit better. Instead, we get some weird gas bubble shenanigans. What the heck, man? Alright, it is what it is. This is probably filling up this way. So it should be fine. Okay, I also want to finish building this. So that is going to be priority. We don't want the salt water to drip. Saves us a little bit of time. I guess we allow this to drip as well. This weird rip curl. At least it's not going to be spilling water anymore. Priorities, man. Saw and narcoleptic nap. Not bad. This weird gas setup. Alright, this filled up nicely. It's a lot lower now, so we don't have to worry about it. How did you build the... I guess the digging is low priority here. Alright. Gotta get that done. Thunderstorms, internet sucks. Aw, feels bad, Timo. Timo got the broken computer. Thunderstorms, bad internet. Tough times, man, when you're Timo. One of these days, you'll be able to get the best of both worlds instead of the worst. Alright, so the idea here is weird, but we're going to drain water here. Open the door. A little bit of water is going to fall through. Close the door. Salt water is heavier. Oh, I thought it was lighter. No. Alright, we're gonna have to add a layer of regular water on top, unfortunately. So we're doing basically a controlled drain. It does mean that we'll need this bottle emptier here. Okay, the water is gonna drain. It does look like water, man. God damn it. Ooh, the entire column filled up. This looks like broken physics. What is this? This is mad illegal, yo. What is this air column? Take the coal, I guess. Not really ready for a new dupe. This is mad illegal. What the hell, dude? It's because they're the same gas density. They're not going to move. Oh my god. And that happened on happen chance. Like, we weren't planning for this. That's so jank, yo. All right, open again. I guess that allows us to control the spill a little bit better. Let's bump this up to a 7. I guess we could remove this and put a drop off. That's not a bad idea. All right, we need more water still. So the target goal is going to be 350 kilograms per tile and everything in here. And then we'll put a thin layer of water up here. That's not going to matter too much. Okay, still not enough. That means once we get 350 kgs, we're going to be in great shape. Bottom is already at 800, so we'll leave that be. We are not close, though. We're doing the 1x speed so that we... Oh, it's settled. Let's go. So I want to open and close a little bit faster because of that. More water is draining out, right? Saltwater nectar shenanigans. Come on. We need this to kind of level out. The problem might be we might get like a single tile of like polluted carbon dioxide right there. That's like, oh, pushed out. Okay, so now liquid layer. We need to open this flash style. Okay. That looks like a lot of water, but maybe it's not. We need this to settle 350 golden. Okay, cool. Cool. This is gonna be fish release. We're gonna remove the bottom door. So we will need some fishermen here. Feels bad, man. Okay, so this is at 700. All right, nice. So we will want water here. Oh, we could use mucin. Oh, it stacks up though, so we probably can't do that. All right, we're gonna pitcher pump some water. That also means we probably should start doing this. Start getting water from here. Okay, this is also gonna be water on this side. My man's doing the dance. He doing the hammer dance. We got the beacon fries. Let's get 8 for now. We put more. All right, now we gotta do the egg setup. We need to consider doing the egg setup. Okay, the water there is about ready. We just gotta wait for the CO2 to get pushed out. Hopefully it does, because otherwise it's gonna off-gas on that tile, which is not good. Putting airflow there might be the play. Okay, so we're gonna want a little bit of water here. Spillage is fine. So we need to do a dupe-based egg sweeping setup. So how do we want to do that? So this is ready. So we're going to start grabbing the beacons. We're just going to grab all the beacons in this pool. Prioritize these so they actually get done. We're also going to eat the fry here. He's got to go. And then potentially another ladder. Just in case. Unreachable food. Yeah, a little bit worried. 900. Just started starving. That's not too bad. We could eat another Sani shell. Because they're a great food source. Oh, this is the gasket for pearls. Okay, that's not too bad. Growing, auto harvest. Harvest ready. Let's try to get that. Getting the pearls is going to be nice. And then pearls here does not exist. Did we ever move the beacon? Bloater. I guess we didn't. Bloater. Wrangle 9 relocate. Oh, he grew up. So he went from baby to adult form. Okay, this is done. We're gonna just empty the water so it spills both ways. Alright, the water's spreaded, so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, so what we're basically doing here is by putting a liquid layer of water on top of the pea water, it stops it from off-gassing. And that effectively is going to be how we kind of manage that. There we go. So we're good here now. Beacons, priority 9, fish release, set up. Let's do a little bit of mopping of the water here so we stop slipping. Maybe put an airflow on that tile too, wouldn't be bad. Okay. Is my rancher unable to swim? Oh, he's not. Okay, so we had to give that to him. So that should solve that problem now of not getting the fishes moved. Did we get the shellfish? I think we did. Cooked fish, Bonnie. Okay. And then oh, she's a cook. She stopped cooking so she could eat. Feels bad. Don't worry, Chef Timo's here. He's got it. All right, good stuff. All right, Beacon Ranch is going to be ready soon. I need to think about how we want the eggs done over here. We will never want eggs to be... Huh. Can't I just put a sweeper here then? I could. This is the ultimate setup. Wow. No, it's not, because I can't make the dispenser machine operated. Damn. I wish that was an automation you could add on. That would be so nice. If you could make the dispenser only machine operable. So I guess the solution is going to be doing a out of range setup. How do we want to do the out of range setup? Ideally, it would be here. And then that means we have to get rid of this gumpong, which would be not that bad, I guess. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, that should work. And then we just got to build a fish trap. Oops. Run that in. Get some doors right here. And then what we would want to do is get a dispenser here. Run the double door setup. Classic. And then we have to remove the ladder. Cool. So now we just keep this door closed. We get the free water. And then we can remove this pitcher pump. That way we use the water from up top. Yeah. Weird setup, but it should work. And then automation critter sensor. Actually, we don't need that. We can just have it here. All right, the beacons are in. We just need these guys to be groomed. This is a stable. Not bad, not bad. We got a bloater here. We just gotta have a man move the things. Harvest ready. We should be able to go down to harvest because we want to start getting the pearls for the job right there. We could slowly work on that. It's not a big deal. Okay, so skill Hassan. Hassan is relocating. Let's go. This is where we kind of want to look at getting more ranchers. 2 cooks, getting another rancher would speed up a lot of the grooming to be done. Okay, so this is pool size 96. These guys is, what is that, 12? 8 times 12 is 96. Okay, we get 12 here. And then this is going to be where the eggs go. And all we got to do is remove the ladders now. This is going to be such a simple design. All right, so no access. And then this is no access, less Hassan. This is everyone except Hassan. Who's the rancher? Beacon eggs. So the eggs are going to be here, out of range. And then when they hatch, they just jump down into the water. Very simple setup. We run through in the middle. That way we have to worry too much. We're not going to need... They don't drop eggshell lime because they're fish and they got patched out. So that's not a thing to worry about. Let's do a quick slow goes for a little bit of meat. We never move the bloater, dude. Feels bad. My man's is busy wrangling, I guess. Alright, so phosphorite, we could start mining that out. From this area. Because there's no beacons here to eat it anymore. So that's going to be part of what we're going to want to do. Okay, we also might want to open this up as well. Combat. Get some BBQ, boys. Alright, from here on out, it should be easy living. It really should be. We got eggs. Let's go. 75.81, 76.81. So phosphorite, once they do get the happiness, it's going to be good times. We will potentially want the critter condo once we get it. But for the most part, we're not really too hard pressed. We can move out the doors later. So let's put the 1, 2, 3 future doors right there so that we fit in the condo. They don't need to be milked or anything, sheared or anything like that. And then they poop out lime, which we're going to want later on. It's going to be pretty good. Let's get an airflow tile here. Keep the water for the tidal turbine. We're also going to probably want to get a second turbine right there. Grab the phosphorite. And then this is going to attach to the pea water. We have to keep the bottom ones. All the phosphorite on this side, it's fine. We'll leave it there. And then we'll just feed the beacons. I think in the early game, we're just going to do half at 6. Because I don't know if we'll be able to keep the food. This is no longer harvestable. Alright, who's my farmer? Hassan! Haha. Alright, let's lower his operating. Bump up the farming. Now we need a proper operator. Which we might not actually need, since we don't really need the power at the moment. We got the tidal turbine tech. And then we get a third one down here soon. So these are how much? 300 watts. So getting 3 is pretty ideal. We're able to generate and attach the power. Good stuff. This is just going to passively help us do super sustainable. In that case, it's a win-win. Barbecue. Nice. Eat the food, boys. The slow go's got us going. We might actually just remove the poke shells, man. A lot of the polluted water got used up too. Pretty good. We could start setting up the sludge press here. And we're just going to bridge on the polluted water so that we just filter it all. We are not going to do turtles, most likely. All right, so now that the beacons are up, we're going to just freely take out the slogos. I may do something jank here. And do a mesh tile critter drop off to move out the extra slogo so that evolving them, you know what, that's probably not worth. It's probably not worth the job to keep doing that. All right, awesome. So we have 19 cycles to kind of stack up eggs. We are limiting the beacon ranch size to 6. We could increase that to 12. It's just that they're going to just burn through the phosphorite a lot faster. 10 kgs per cycle per beacon. So this is 40. And we don't have a renewable source. So we're really just having whatever's on the map. So the logic with that is pretty simple. We don't want to go through and make as much food as we can because we don't have perfect storage, right? So since we don't have food storage, we don't really have the means of, you know, keeping everything edible. Okay, we may want to start getting more dupes now that we have food. We do want to top off all the dupes though. But yeah, they got some barbecue. There is the Sani shell right here that we may want to evolve, but we're gonna let them hatch an egg first. Oh, and then there is a waterweed. Cool, cool. We have food, we have food. I might want to go down here. Just to get the Sani shell. And then we're gonna want to go down there anyways. Just because of, we're gonna have to turn in the quest. And then if we take out the Sani shell, the other critters won't take damage. Right? It's a win-win. Chef Timo. Hit him with the lettuce. Let's go. Lettuce for the dupes. Yep, they have it. Beacons almost tame. Because of how the beacons are, there's a good chance we're not going to need more beacons than whatever's inside this little ocean biome that we have. Just because, right? It's they're just gonna multiply. I would rather have some wild beacons for later on in the game. There is some upside to wild beacons. So we will want to try to take out the Sani shells before they, you know, evolve them forcefully. Alright, we could go back to researching. We got the wire. Let's go grab Radbolt Tech. And then probably the salinator. Get the electrolyzer as well. So a lot of our oxygen is being sustained right now via algae. We have 8 tons. We have a little bit more right here to get as well. We're trying to get the bloaters to eat the waterweed. And we do want to avoid... Oh, we harvested one of them. No. That's... I was not paying attention. F. Feels bad. Keep grabbing the water out. I guess for the sake of efficiency, we should just rebuild the reservoir, get 5 tons at a time. And then we can start spitting, getting some pea dirt, feed these guys. We might not need to, because if the beacons work out sooner than later, we're set. We are going to be set. All right. 1, 2, 3. Paddle turbines. Shouldn't need the wheel anymore. Even if this doesn't get charged to a battery, we still get that for super sustainable. So no real problems there. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. At that point, I think we need to start setting up some more rooms. Okay, so cycle 32, we have 1 ranch for Pokeshells, 1 ranch for Slogos. We're starting to get eggs hatched for the Pokeshells, while the Slogos have been hatching, and they've been a little bit of food we've been evolving to cook some BBQ on. The emergency food has been whatever waterweed that's grown, but at the same time, the biggest source of emergency food might be the Sani shells. They give you 4,000 calories of shellfish, which cooks into 1,000 equals to 16, so we get what, 6,400 kcals, which is great spike of food anytime we need it. Of course, you want to target the Sani shells because they do give you a lot more calories. And then now that we have the beacon ranch up, this is going to be a lot of our main food source for now on. And then the biggest thing is just getting permanent food storage for the food, and then we could start making sushi and all that as well. All right, we're gonna cut this down too, just because we can. And then there's no more salt water to drop into here. So we might do a pump and dump just to add a little bit more salt water to this area. Wouldn't be a bad thing. Also gonna wanna dig the phosphorite for the resource. CO2, oxygen, that's fine. Little bit of phosphorite there. Real starvation? Is this real? I guess it is. Need one more order of meat to make barbecue. I mean, they're sleeping anyways. We'll just let them do their thing. They'll have food. Might be time for this guy to evolve. And I guess it wouldn't be bad to do a saltwater release right here. Two dupes starving. Let's do saltwater drop. Whatever that we mopped up. Okay. Shellfish. Fillet of fish. The barbecue should be right there to be cooked as well. Oh, come on. You dropped the shellfish all the way down. I mean, my man's cooking though. Fillet of fish. Meat, BBQ. Alright, we have time. So they're gonna be fine. Good stuff. Still got some shellfish right there. They're gonna have to move out. Do a little bit of a staircase dig. We're gonna want to relocate that to here. Clean that up a little bit. Okay, so we want to go all the way down, grab the fillet of fish, and then there's the sandy shell that might be a menace. 54. I thought about keeping that guy for the egg, but it's probably going to be just better to just feed them. Dupes are around 2k. 5 out of 6. 1 egg. It's getting there. Doing good, doing good. Research is complete. We grab the desalinator, salt water. Let's grab the gas storage. There's a solid amount of phosphorite right here. Pretty sweet. Right here as well. We don't need it yet. I should probably actually, yeah, track that. We have 100 kgs of pearl. Let's enable delivery here. So that's half of what we need. And there's a auto harvest in the back. That's going to be 2/3. So if one of these regrows, which takes 32 cycles, this is going to be done. We'd also just try to find some somewhere else. I am thinking about releasing this water into the bottom, so that this could start growing again. Fillet of fish. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Mop up the mucin. Alright, gotta move out the loot. I guess, no, yeah, we do want to dig that. There's another tidal spring, but the power wire is pretty much at capacity. Add in a little bit of water there, it's not bad. I should try to put a beacon here, actually. Wrangle 9 relocate. And then once he lays an egg, we take him out. Barbecue, cook seafood, calories, let's go. Alright, they're on downtime, but yeah, beacon eggs being laid. So look at that reproduction. 67% per cycle. That means in 3 cycles, it's 2 eggs. It's kind of insane. And then each egg is going to give us 1,000 kcals of fish fillet. That becomes 1,600. So we feed 1.6 dupes per fish. But since it's 3 cycles for 2 eggs, that's 3,200 every 3 cycles. That's 1 dupe perpetual per fish, which is the reason why we chose 6. Once we get 6 active beacons, my colony is being fed. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. Otherwise, we are doing pretty good. The next thing to think about is probably oxygen, breathability. We're at 7.9. We want to use the corals, but we can't really. We did open this up. Beacons, give us some oxygen here, man. Sweet, sweet O2. And then we do have the option of doing polluted dirt deoxidizing. We do have this biome. Maybe it's a great time to start setting up the perfect filters. That may be how we want to do this. We'll only be able to put 2 here. Still better than nothing, right? Yeah, should be fine. Let's grab the power line like that. 1, 2, so it's gonna be these 2. Run that down. We'll eventually get that built. Because of the nature of the design. Yeah, we're probably doing like that. Get that in. So we're gonna be doing a early game sublimination station setup that while it works, it's only really something you would do if you have a clean base, because you're trying to prevent something called a yucky lungs debuff that causes your dupes to breathe in a little bit more oxygen per second, which is of course not good, right? So we're just trying to prevent that from being a thing. Now, of course, as a sacrifice, we're going to need to do the setup, but at, you know, at a cost. Mucin might not be the business for this. We might want to do a small drop of salt water. 70 grams. That's actually ideal. Sacrifice. It's got to be made sometimes. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It's not a bad sacrifice then. It's small. Oh, my dupe's stuck. Oh, man. Someone hook him up with some zinc. My man Bonnie's not having a good time. Oh, you could have just built that. Feels bad. Alright, so this design is going to be as it's shown. You kind of want to build it like how we did it. Build the stone tiles first, then these two, and then you're going to want a droplet of water here. Alright, because of the nature of this works, we are going to probably want to deconstruct this tile. After we release the salt water, though. We got to release the salt water. Actually, we might want to wait on that. Batteries are scary here. Supply operator is something we wouldn't mind having. The problem is that we're not really swimming in the calories yet. But I guess we do have the option to, so we'll just grab them. Higby, welcome in. We finally have an operator. You can do a lot of those jumps. Pretty good. There's no food, but don't worry, man. We're on top of it. He just has to believe. He just has to start to believe. Okay, there we go. Nice. All right, so now we want to get... I guess we'll just use water here. Alright, getting our bottle of water. Okay, so it's CO2 inside. It's a little bit of a problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove this tile. Alright, so that creates the one tile. The CO2 is able to drip. We're going to turn it on like this. So what we're going to hope to do is push out the oxygen by just creating polluted oxygen in this area. We're going to turn off the deodorizers for now, though. Oh, we can't do that like that, huh? All right, let's do this. And we're going to have to remove maybe this tile. Yeah, I forgot that if you remove the tile, it disables the building. Alright, so this is going to be at the bottom first. We're going to remove this so that we create a bubble of polluted oxygen. Max pressure. It's trying, man. It really is. How would we want to do this then? Because the pressure is just too high in general. I don't want to wait for this. At the same time, I don't want carbon dioxide getting inside. The other option is to bottle up CO2 and then release it, forcefully push out all the oxygen, or we just wait. I think we just have to wait. Little bit of polluted oxygen over here from releasing the water. Liquid's good though. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, now that that's good, I don't think we're gonna need the soda cane stuff. We're gonna be good on the foods soon. So we might want to start digging out this area. Let's do that side first. We still need to go across this way. So we probably want to do a dig like this. Food's gonna be fine. We're getting there, we're getting there. We just want to get ahead of the oxygen slightly. Let's also cut the algae diffuser. That way we could rely on whatever we have right now. Okay, we could also start filling out this area. Maybe want to start mopping up a little bit of that mucin that we're getting from these guys. They got the pea dirt. They're cooking. Get some tiles out. The CO2 snipes the tunnel would be the worst thing. But yeah, I guess we're kind of pressurized on the oxygen right now. Not that big of a deal. Have to mop up the pea water a little bit, going through the area. Alright, let's continue researching. Let's grab canister tech. And then along with that, we'll grab the drainer as well. Alright, we go down through the bottom. Should be alright. Then we're going to have a straight line path this way. Cycle 35. So let's do a quick little recap at 35. So the only thing we're really worried about is carnivore. We don't really have any other limitations outside of carnivore and locavore. And locavore basically means that we can't use any of the farm tiles. If you see naturally occurring farm tiles, you cannot use those either. So there is a little bit of a problem with how we have flue coral as one of the things we're going to want as oxygen. But, you know, we can't really grow those yet. While they're great, we have to wait till we finish locavore first. Now, since we can't do a lot of planting, it's a little bit tough. You have to do a lot of ranching. And I guess if you were having issues, the biggest thing to get would be the micro musher. We actually didn't run into any problems. What we did instead was we rushed the grill. And then we would sacrifice a sandy shell or consume a little bit of the lettuce that's wild growing. And that would effectively be how we would deal with the hunger problems. Of course, another thing is to make sure you don't have a colony size that's too large. Outside of that, it's going pretty good. So at cycle 35, let's look at the calories. We have 70,000 meat consumed already in the early game from eating a lot of shellfish. 200,000 total from eating a lot of the wild stuff. And then super sustainable basically means you want to run tidal turbines. Not much anything else. Early on, you're going to want to use your skill points on whatever you need, whether it's, you know, ranching skill, digging skill, research skill. And then if you have extra skill points, you're going to want carrying capacity and swimming. Why can't you run farms? There is an achievement here called Logivore. Don't plant any seeds in a planter box, farm tile, or hydroponic. So if you do that, you lose. We're doing all achievement. That's one of the achievements. Hope that makes sense though. Curse metal. No losing. Yeah, no losing, dude. So one of the funny things is you could just lose if you open this area and a pip goes inside and plants a plant on top of the hydroponic farm. So, you know, don't get baited. That's all I could say. Don't get baited, man. All right, grab the tech. Curse Metal, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. All right, meal hall. Oh, we need another table for the new guy that joins. He's not eating at a table. They do share it though, but they're all on the same schedule, so that kind of sucks. Okay, we have the teleporter, receiver, loader, and then the teleporter's second planet. We're not going to do anything there though. Not yet anyways. Beacon Ranch, Pokeshell Ranch. Oh, they're not being fed. Okay. This might be time to do a little bit of mud processing. That way they'll get some food. We're going to deconstruct, reconstruct the reservoir so we process a little bit more of the water. Oh, they didn't finish that? And we're just going to unplug the pump. We're going to want this to empty so we could use the water from the sludge press to be, you know, set up for this. No, CO2 actually got inside. That's annoying. All right. It'd be like that sometimes. It really do. We're gonna have to release this. We're gonna have to wait for this to thin out a little bit before we turn it on. I guess we could actively pump with a gas pump. Let the CO2 out, please. Come on, there it is. All right, just to do this a little bit weird. And then we will need to grab some power lines. I want to get that set up finally. Let's get the reservoir back. And then we have no food, but all the slugs. So let's do a quick culling. Get some barbecue up. So realistically, while we are really ahead right now in our current setup, you don't need to start eating meat until cycle 50. And then from then, having 8 dupes eating meat for 50 cycles is all of the carnivore. So everything in the beginning just gives you more leeway for getting that done. But for the most part, it's not something you really need to worry about too much. So it's just something that's like, oh yeah, if you could do that, that's nice. But if you can't, that's fine as well. Whatever you could eat is just going to make it easier. But it doesn't have to be consumed until cycle 50. If you can, though, Saves you a couple cycles of like pressure. Makes everything a lot more straightforward and easy. It's nice. All right, we're gonna do a simple setup here. There's a lot of liquids blocking the gas flow, and we're just gonna pump up some of the oxygen so that we could fill this up with polluted oxygen. Simple. This is plugged in. Once the pressure is low enough, it's gonna want to try to produce. And then once we're ready, we're just gonna be building a tile there. There should be no oxygen getting inside. Does all achievements need weird conditions set up like that? No, there's only one that has a deadline. So carnivore needs to be done before cycle 100. And then there's only outside of carnivore 2 other achievements that you could fail. So there's really the 3 big achievements. They're known as the big 3 in Oni. A lot of the times it's going to be carnivore, we just talked about. Locavore, you just can't farm. But then once you actually do this, you could start farming again. And then super sustainable, same thing. If you're able to produce the power and you get the achievement, you could start using things that would otherwise break the achievement. So that basically means you're at a handicap in the beginning / a little bit later on. And then once you are okay with that, you could start playing normally. All right, so the oxygen is low pressure. It's not trying to spread right now. We're getting a weird vacuum here. This is so weird. There we go. Kitty cat. Mamba. I hear you, babies. Mamba Tax is here. I gotta give him his head rubs. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Wow, I really have to pump out all this oxygen, and it's not like... You see this? This is at 2,000 grams, and this is at milligrams. It's not spreading it out. It's so weird. This oxygen is acting really suspect. Alright, dupes are a little bit idle. Colony is looking pretty good, though, otherwise. Start putting our ladders in some of the spots. There it is. This is what we're looking for. So we are going to want to build this ASAP. Perfect. Now we're good. We don't need to do this anymore. We're now pressurizing this setup. And now we're able to deodorize. Let's go. So now we're able to just remove this, remove that. All the gases in here get stumped out. Remove the pipeline. And we're going to remove the tiles here. So this build was very straightforward. You want to box your polluted oxygen like this. The deodorizers are able to pick up the polluted oxygen through the mesh. And then you get a perfect filter. It minimalizes the amount of problems you have with the polluted oxygen. But by no means is it going to be perfect, because your dupes are going to be delivering polluted oxygen. So while they're traveling, you're going to get a little bit of off gas. Right? It's a little unfortunate, but it really do be like that sometimes. Okay, so now we have this as a way to travel to the left side. Let's seal this up. which means we'd start digging out the bottom. Calories are a little bit low, but I think it's okay. We could sweep only the eggs and allow everyone in right now. Let's get a coaling, allow everyone to grab some barbecue. Dude, look at our eggs. Look at our eggs. Oh, we have so many beacon eggs. So on demand, we may actually want to start grabbing incubators. You don't really need to incubate until later on. But if you do need the food earlier, you could grab incubators now. So earlier, we were doing a little bit of rock crushing to grab the zinc. And that was one of the things that you kind of want to do just to get a little bit of refined metal. Now we're going to put some incubators right here, because we're going to be grabbing a lot of eggs. We're going to incubate some beacons to get some fish. Now the trick with the incubators is they give you a buff, but they don't necessarily require the power line. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to do, probably because of how we have this set up, we're going to run it from the top. And then we're going to run it in like that. Now the reasoning is because you want to be able to disconnect this with the disconnect tool. So you want to do like a branch like that instead of just straight line. This makes it a little bit easier, reduces the cost of refined metal. We already have a beacon here. Let's go. Let's move this up to a 7. We are at 6 critters, so we're already at max size. We could just bop this guy if we really need to. And we actually don't need these doors here, now that I think about it. We're going to remove this. Everyone's going to be able to get it. So that means if we want to get some fish, we just do it this way. But now that they're starting to hatch, I don't think we need the incubators as much. I do want to have them here, though, just in case. We want to hatch pokeshell eggs or something like that. We are at 8 pokes. It's not bad. Oh, yeah. And then we want to combine that. All right. So CO2 may become a problem soon. We may want to start digging. Atmosphere. Oh, not enough water. This guy's at 80%. So I do want to try to drain this, huh? Just a little bit. There's also a tidal spring here. A little bit of water here, but there's springs right there. We basically want to combine the water if we can. I guess it's not a big deal to get this growing. We're just going to wait for the other clams slowly grow so that we could do the first objective. 50 more kgs, that's another harvest. And then this is sushi. So we can't do sushi until we finish locavore. And that's because we need to grow mealwood to make lice loaf. If we don't do that, we can't make sushi, regardless of what we do. All right, we let the oxygen kind of go down for a little bit. It's kind of bad. But we're going to be trying to get ahead now with another one of these. This is kind of slow. We're only generating oxygen at 90 grams per second. So even though these sublimations, you know, a lot better than that, we're not really generating too much. So I think what we're going to want to do is make another one of those. A little bit lower. So I think it's going to be here. We're going to start bopping this. We're going to start bopping that as well. Oxygen does become a problem, but there's always the solution of doing sublimation stations. Right? And we still have a little bit of algae. So we'll turn this on for now. Let it do its thing. There is a little bit of breathability issue here. We kind of get that. Yeah, so we'll do it like this. Let's build a tile there. And then we're going to want to open this up, let the water drop, we'll mop it up. Okay, not bad. Go through this way. We'll want to dig all that out. Mop up the waters. We could dig both of these. And we're going to be starting to clear some space so that we could have gas flow. This guy just planted stuff. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. They're slowly doing the sludge press. Key dirt's at 0 because they're eating it all. We may actually want to stop feeding these guys. At the same time, we shouldn't actually have to worry about that. We could, though, just reduce feeding them and just cull some of the poke shells to get some calories. For now, though, that actually might be a great idea. Yeah, we have 0 kcows. Just a little scary. Just a little. We could just get a little bit more pea mud. I kind of want to bop this gum palm. But I kind of want to keep it there at the same time. I think we do just bop it. Because I don't really need the gaskets right now. How much gum palm do we have? 21. Latex. So 21 times 50. So let's go 20. It's about 10. $500, right? 20, no, it's 1,000. So 21, so yeah, 2 tons. You get 1 ton of latex. Latex needs 10. Yeah, we have enough already, technically. Maybe after that harvest, and we still have another tree down there. We could remove this, get another gas filter set up in. Let's dig this out, and then we'll get a tile right here. Oh no, bro. No, we're not playing max difficulty. Playing on normal. Doing the normal stuff, man. Feels normal, yo. Not gonna be looping the eggs. A little bit more water. Let's strip this out. Okay, decent. Let's bop this. Mop. GG's, yeah. Pretty much. Not gonna be too difficult. We always have this sandy shell and this sandy shell that we could evolve into shellfish. Let's also grab a little bit of lettuce. We'll continue researching. Let's grab Radbolt Tech. We won't be able to do this for a while, though. Let's grab space scanning, then. Alright, release a little bit of oxalite. Help us out a little bit. Okay, we dig all this out. Dig all this out. And we will want to get a sublimation station here. Three tiles down. Do a little bit of trimming. This is doing all right, man. Sublimation. Try to build a second one here. I feel like we should try to spread it out. Okay, so tile, mesh, tile. We need to continue digging though before we could actually continue, because then the items are going to get pushed up. I don't want that. Okay, so put the deodorizer here and pull the power line. Very likely like that. Okay, gonna be doing the pea dirt stuff. We'll probably want to bump this to a 7 so that it's actually being done. We have a lot of mud here. We're just gonna dig out to get it ready. Reed fiber for free. More mud that we're gonna wait. And then this tunnel is gonna get deodorized, right? By these. Breathability now included. Alright, so here, and then we could do this, jump down, and then dig all of this. We do need a little bit of pressure here so that the CO2 isn't a thing. We might want to do the same thing we did on that side. Everything could be dug from the low level. Let's do this on a 7. Okay, so we did have this that we're going to turn off for a second. Everything here is mucin. All right, we will mop up that drop of salt water, which is perfect amount. Okay, we are going to cut this, cut that. Sublimation. Move the droplet here. We do need a ladder for this so that we could reach. And then just in case, that's 4 tiles, so we barely reach. Let's get that. Salt water empty. There we go. We gotta wait a little bit. Ooh, we gotta wait for the CO2, huh? Okay, we might wanna have to open this up. Pocket for the CO2. Starvation, really? Alright, let's do another coaling of the slugs. These guys are cramped, so we're gonna have to do this fast, in and out. Oh, they're on downtime though. Ooh, snack fruit. Let's not eat that. We gotta move the eggs out because these guys are cramped. Oh, we gotta take out the slugs real fast. Get some meat for the BBQ. We need to allow the dudes to be able to go in and grab the meat. Let's go. Nice. All right, so deny everyone again. Start moving the eggs out. Barbecue's gonna be back. Not too worried. Droplet is there. 3, 4, so we are within range. Okay, cool. We may have to push out. We also want the bottle of water right here. So one of the things about this design is it has to work as is. You cannot flip this in any way, shape, or form. So that is one of the downsides with this design. Little bit of pea dirt issue. That's a 7. So we bump this to a 9. It's gonna get filled. No, I need to allow the oxygen to get pushed out. So I want to allow this to kind of create, and then we build it after we get a box. Because otherwise, it's going to be pressurized. And if the gases are in the wrong tile, nothing gets filtered. Alright, so CO2 is going to be a problem. Okay, we got our liquid layer. Second deodorizer. We got the pea dirt. We're going to remove this so the CO2 gets dropped. There we go. Wait for the CO2 to spill out. Rebuild the tile. All right, nice. So now we need to have the oxygen get removed. We're going to do the same thing. We're just going to run a hook. Canister filler. Probably just run this. And a gas line. All right, cool. So we're basically going to be removing the oxygen here in this little area so that we could create the polluted oxygen. I like this O2 generation design. Oh yeah, Hunter is just, yeah, he's at the point of the game where it's like beating the game is not, you know, not that he doesn't want to do it, it's just he's done it so many times. He liked his O2 design. This is a unique design, I will say. This is something that you would only really see someone that's kind of played the game for a while, but also limited in how they're not able to use algae. A lot of times you do get the algae. A lot of times people don't want to mess with this design because they're like, let's just fill the room with polluted oxygen. It's a lot easier that way. But, you know, I'm a weird person, and I like to have clean oxygen. When I can. When I can. We'll get some more deodorizers up. Clean this up a little bit. What's this weirdest way I've made oxygen? Do these count? I wild planted like 20 of these on my map at random spots because they only generate at 37.5 grams per second. And then I had a beacon that was wild, right? So they would effectively just be free oxygen. So the thing is that when it's everything is wild, you don't have to feed the beacon. It still produces light. And then the flue coral doesn't generate actually that much. Yeah, I pit planted them. Because what I realized was that if they were all in the same spot, I would have this kind of situation where the area with a lot of them is very oxygenated, but then other areas are struggling to breathe. So it became this thing where it was like, it was just better for me to spread them out, but it was completely free. I didn't have to do anything. We left the eggs alone. We didn't have to, I mean, we picked up the lime because it was free lime. Well, actually, I don't even think we got lime. It was fish meat from the beacons. They would die, right? Get free meat. But it was like, otherwise, it was like, oh man, we didn't need to build an electrolyzer at all in this playthrough. It was pretty nice. I will say though, the most common way probably always includes the electrolyzer. And then the oxygen diffuser is very specific. There are kind of setups that utilize this. It's just a little bit weird. Because what you would be doing would be doing the new dinosaurs. I mean, they're not really new. They came out 6 months ago. Or a little bit earlier. These guys. These guys produce algae if you feed them the berries. Right? So you could technically use algae diffusers basically all game. It was kind of weird, but it was at the same time pretty cool. Creating a liquid pool at the top of the map to capture the oxalide meteorites. Oh, that's pretty good. What kind of meteors do we get here? We get no meteor showers. What a travesty. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we need to remove the oxygen. There we go. Now that it's removed, then we're just pumping up polluted oxygen. We just gotta seal this. Perfect. Pump up the polluted oxygen so we have it in a bottle instead of just sitting here. There we go. Let's remove this, remove that, that, dump the gas. Start removing the salt tiles. Let them cook. Alright, so now all we gotta do is connect the deodorizers, feed it with sand. That's another thing we need to look at. Do we have sand? We have 150 now, but we could easily go through all of that. Okay. I want to say we are starting to get stabilized. So how much fish do we have here? We have 8 fish in this single pool. We have cooked seafood. People are a little bit hungry. Let's take out 2 beacons. It's not too bad. We'll eat some fish right now. All right. Oxygen, a little bit included. We got 2 of these. So 1 here, 1 here. We're going to try to conserve the algae. We're at 6 tons. We have a little bit of tiles to dig out still, too. Still doing the mud spinning to get more polluted dirt. I'm considering, since we got the Beacon Ranch up now, to bop the pokey shells, because I kind of want to use the pea dirt here. We are going to temporarily turn this off. If we need it, we'll add more later. Yeah, that's pretty good. So hopefully this is going to be providing a little bit of oxygen. Technically that's 1, 2, 3, 4 dupes worth of oxygen, and we're not generating enough unless we're counting the bloaters releasing oxygen and any of the flu corals that may be releasing in the wild. None of them are. It feels bad. I may want to start locking in the beacons, putting them in jail, so to speak. Oh, man. Otherwise, we don't really have a way of getting more oxygen. It's really just pea dirt. I guess we just continue making these. 1, 2, put another one here maybe. Let's actually go up and release the salt water here. Hopefully we don't get any... I mean, that's also salt water right here, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's trim this for gas flow purpose. So 1, 2. Getting another one here wouldn't be bad, I guess. But it's very breathable here already. We might use them. But for now, we're not, because there's no gold. And I only have hot water. I have hot salt water. And then polluted brine that's also hot. So I'm like, okay, that means I can't cool it. I don't have anything with overheat. I'm just going to avoid it for now. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. We don't have proper cooling, yep. That's kind of the struggle that we're going through right now with that. Very breathable. A lot of mud still. A lot of pea dirt still. Sludge press is doing its thing. But yeah, I think we need to stop doing these guys. We need to get pea dirt. Okay, so another great spot for the oxygen sublimiter build that we're doing is probably going to be around here. We need to wait for this to get harvested. And then we'll build it like right here. Wouldn't be too bad. Just gotta wait for the 3% on the Gumpalm. I have to play enough on hot maps. I'm not afraid of building ATs the moment I need cooling. I see you. It's not bad. I'm just more worried about getting carnivore first. One of those things. Saltwater spill. Nice. Clean, clean. Like, I'm not really, like, that worried about it. Because it's like, we do have other solutions. So I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I'm also thinking, though, yeah, since we have the beacons, we might be okay on food now. Alright. Poke shells, maybe not friends. Guys, are poke shells friends? They eat too much of this pea dirt, man. What's going on, Linden? Welcome in. I'm considering whether or not we keep these guys. Because if we bop these guys, we could remove this. We have so much more room for activities. I probably wouldn't make another slug ranch. One is enough. Yeah, the thing is that I need to finish Locavore. So the main reason is because they give us food now. There was a patch recently. I don't know how recent this was. They used to not drop food, but now they give you shellfish. I think it was within the last year that this change happened. But because they're food, and that food counts for carnivore, I'm like, you know what? That's not bad. Because it's technically more calories than the sluggos. This is only 800. But now I'm using the deodorizers, right? So I kind of need the polluted dirt. Like, we're using outhouses to generate pea dirt as well. And then we're also spinning the mud to generate some more pea dirt. Even then, we're out, dude. We're at 0. Like, we'll keep them, I guess. We just won't feed them. It's kind of the problem. They're walking angry lime to me. That is, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong though, Gross. That is typically what they're used for. Oh, you have pea dirt that you don't want to compost and you want to do something with it. Yeah, you feed poke shells. It's nice lime, which is always a good time. No one really ranches them because they, you know. Oh man, poke shells. I don't know how often that happens, man. But yeah, we're doing it out of kind of necessity. You never finished a run of Oni with less than 100 tons of steel. Damn! How many monuments are you looking to build? This guy's building monuments on every planet. Dude, that's a challenge. The monument on every planet run. That's 17.5 tons of steel per planet. And then you need to get diamond, obsidian, glass, plastic on that as well. That's a run idea, dude. That is 100%. It'd be a pretty interesting run. Alright, we're gonna grab the algae from here. Breathability is getting kind of bad. 99%. We need to chop this, man. What do we got? Nutrient bars. Sure. Oh yeah, we checked this. We're at 100,000 at carnivore. So we're 25% of the way done. Very great, very great. Almost at cycle 50 before we need to start demanding the meats. But we already have 9 fishes here. We could probably also do another slug culling. Yeah, man. That's what happens when you speedrun. I feel like 100% those become habits if you speedrun the game. It's like, I don't need more than this. It's fine. And then cutscene. Hey, we win! It's like, why do we need that much extra again? I guess you could have it. But at the same time, yeah, man, I'm very much minimalist in that regard. Alright, we're cooking. Starvation gone. Let's go. Nutrient bars, not allowed to eat that. That's going to be emergency food. We're laying the eggs, moving the eggs. I don't know how many beacon eggs we have. Beacon eggs. Oh, it's not within range, so it's not being counted. We have at least 7 eggs, though. Let's bump this up to 7 so that each person now starts getting their own beacon. Going pretty good. Sore from getting my boosters since it's that time of the year, but it'll take a few days to sort this in one arm. With possibility of being ill for 2 weeks during the flu season. That's true. Dude, it's weird. I have historically never took shots for flu season or anything like that in all of my life. I have never taken those shots. I think the only time was when it was COVID. No cap. The only time was when it was COVID, man. Kind of crazy. This is kind of in the way. How do I want to do this? Wait, we moved one of the slugs and then killed them? Yo, that's... What are we doing? We moved them out and then we shot them after we moved them. What are we doing, man? Alright, yeah, we're slacking a little bit of this oxygen situation. Alright. We will build one over here. And we're gonna do some airflow floors right here. Let's mop up the mucin. I can't have two, but a proper setup metal refineries. Q steel forever. I see. It's nice to not worry about getting sick. Didn't for a long time until got sick a few times in the office. I see. COVID's been making another pass on the other side of my state, so bringing my immunizations up to date seems like a no-brainer. That's fair. Like, I'm not against it or anything like that. It's just, I just never have done those shots. Sometimes you just wonder if I'm just getting lucky. Never know, man. Maybe I'm just getting lucky with those. Alright, this is just for airflow purposes. We're going to want to open this up. The CO2 goes down to the bottom. These fishes are eventually going to get moved out. But, you know, clean water fish tank. We'll leave it there. Since it's free, most people insurance, it's worth it. It is. It makes a lot of sense. It really does. Alright, man. We will plug this back in. Little bit of breathability is going to be pretty good. I am going to want to build another one of these. And I think I just will make another one here, man. Love life. So, tile setup. Let's move that. Should be okay. We want to get the sublimation right here. And then we're going to want to get that. Okay, we want to grab this setup. Probably go out there. Lots of them have kids in school. It's almost guaranteed. That's true, man. If they have kids, you're so much more likely of getting sick. Because then the kids go to school, they get sick, and they get you sick because you got to take care of them. Classic. That is indeed the classic. Yeah, picking up my meds anyway. So it was like 2 birds, 1 stone. Oh, nice. Works out, it works out. Okay, so I want to have a little bit of space. Let's do a 3 space gap. And then it's going to be these 2 then. Mesh. Get that set up. I guess we could move it over 1. We're gonna want to run this setup. Proper ladder. And then we'll ladder down this way. Get the sublimation station mesh. Bottle drainer, and then we're going to want deodorizer here. Let's get the wire set up like this. Run it straight through. We will if we just don't feed the pokes, because we have so much mud right here. And then we have more mud up top. And then if we sieve the pea water, we get even more pea dirt. So we spin the mud and get pea dirt from this. And then receive the pea water and get even more pea dirt. And then it's like you have so much of these turtle biomes with the nori. Right? It's pretty nice. We should be okay. But the problem is we just can't feed these guys, right? That's the only real downside. So we kind of have to do this. And then on top of that, we have outhouses. We'll probably stay on the outhouses. You know what's kind of funny? We might just do outhouses extended because of the fact that we kind of want the polluted dirt. Kind of weird. Oh, we're out of food again. Okay. One of these guys has got to go. How much are we at here? 10. All right, let's also get a couple beacons. Phosphorite, we are at 13 tons. Let's go up to 8. The slugs have been cold, so we're waiting. Did this guy lay the egg yet? 92, he's getting there. And then this guy's afterwards. He's at 74. 43, 43. Is there any lettuce? I guess we could grab this. Soda cane. This guy planted soda cane. And they grew in time. That's so cool. We got this pip early on, and he just started planting random soda cane. And he's giving us free calories. Yo, man, what a guy. Looking out for us, man. What a good guy. He saw the future, dude. That, man, this guy too legit. It's gonna run out of food. Let's just help him out. They don't think be like it is, but a dude. And I'm like, man, what a guy, dude. He's hooking us up. All right, drop of salt water. That's gonna be here. This is all mucin. Research is done. So at this point, you don't need a research. We're doing it just because it's going to be helping us out later for a lot of the stuff we might want. So we're staying within supercomputer tech. You're really just going to want to research as much as you can because you're going to eventually need to do it anyways. One of those things, right? Where it's like, it's going to be nice to do, so you should do it. We could actually build that from standing here, no ladder. That's pretty good. And then we could just build a pump here. Oh, we might need a ladder for that. Do you? I mean, we're going to need to... Yeah, it's bottom left, but we can't reach the gas outlet. Kind of sketchy. Alright, waiting for the dupes to do this. Breathability is getting better with the diffuser up. Getting in some pea dirt. Sweet, sweet pea dirt. We are pressurized on these sublimation stations. Oh no, bro. We got the angry crabs. Did we get a variant? I don't see oak shell on here. Dude, this guy's brushing the angry crabs. What a beast. Not afraid. He's not afraid. What a stud. Alright, we mopped up the water. We'll move all 109 here. It's fine. There's probably going to be CO2 there that gets caught anyways. Or no? Salt water. Let's go. Dude, more soda cane. This guy planted so much soda cane. It's literally everywhere, man. All right, the wires are ready for this. We're gonna disconnect the deodorizers. We're gonna want airflow here. We're gonna want to release the water. If anything, priority 9, right? We got some baby crabs. Food is looking decent. Alright, one of these guys is starving, so we'll take him out. Okay. CO2. Yeah, what a travesty. Let's finish building, unlock this tile, and then we could clean it up. We will want to do this. The big thing is going to be pulling this down. And then the power is going to be pulled down as well. Okay, got that built. We got to seal this up. CO2, yeah, that's expected. Unpermitted food type. Let's get 2 more beacons. Get 3 beacons. Fresh fish. Briar seeds. Corallium. Kai, the dive master. Take the briar seeds. We don't have those, right? So we might as well grab those. Ooh, look at that. P-dirt going up. But we do need to build a new setup right there. It's getting there. It's getting there. We just need to get the new sublimation stations up. Mamba. What? Mamba's yelling at me, man. He's jumping all over the place, yelling at us. I'm not even sure why he's angry. Alright, we're gonna want CO2 dropping. There we go. Seal this up. Let's build both of these. Remove that. We need the bottle of water. Hey, man. Take my bottle of water. Oh, we used up all the water for research. Wow. Good thing we have some right here. Alright, good stuff. We're going to want to plug that in. Ooh, we're going to need a ladder there for the delivery. Okay, let's get some P-dirt. 600 of that's gonna go here. All right, 2 tiles. So I needed to get the canister filler here. That's why I removed the ladder. I couldn't actually build this without doing that. Okay, we still got the bottom one to do. Probably need to do the same thing on that side. Ladder here just in case. Let's get the setup like that, because we will need that. Tried and true. What the hell is happening, man? It sounds like it's a Tuesday. They have open mic. I hear this muffled, weird mic sound. And it's not me. How's that? Feels weird, yo. Alright, cool. Free power. Bump this up. We need to just create space for this to be, come on. You could do it. Nice. Alright, now we just gotta seal this up. This pump is preventing the oxygen from sneaking in. Are we on downtime? They're sleeping. Classic. Alright, let's get a couple more fish in. So we're not going to be doing the incubators because we don't need to, right? It's not cycle 50 yet. I'm not really pressured to do so. So we're going to be kind of chill with that. But if you incubate the beacon eggs, I think they hatch same day. It's pretty insane. Alright, this is good. Just pump out the polluted oxygen. Want to clean up this area slightly. Nice. Alright, gas is in, release. Start removing this. Power gas line. Nice. And then we will need to put a ladder to be able to reach. Plug that in. Now we just need a delivery of sand. There we go. Second one is in. Third one, I mean. Research has stopped. Let's continue. At this point, we're kind of researching just random tech. Technically speaking, we could build the airflow towel here right now. And then the second drop of water. Alright, we're gonna unplug the algae. See if we could just run straight off of the polluted oxygen stuff. The upside is that these deodorizers don't stop running, even if it's pressurized. So we have a little bit of a nice advantage with that. Where they're not really going to be like an issue. They're always going to top off as long as we have a deodorizer per dupe. Float 1. More or less. P-dirt is going down though. Someone here is starving. The idea is if they're starving, they're not having egg chance, so we might as well call them because we're not going to feed them anytime soon. Oh look, auto harvest. Achievement complete. That locavore? Let me just build the flu corral. 294. We're almost there. Give me the flu corral, man. One time. Dude, you know which way to go. Right side, baby. There's no water over there on the left. One of these days, you'll go to the right side. Come on. One more time. Hey, leap of faith. It's like the little birdies jumping off of the trees to fly for the first time. Like, it's mad scary. Props to them for jumping. Oh, there's an egg here. Nice. Another one's about to starve. Lettuce, cooked seafood, nutrient bars. We could get more beacons, but we're gonna want to retain as much phosphorite as we can until we could start harvesting some with the starnicles. In which case, I think we will want to do this. Feed the cockinas. So how does this work? Is the math checks out? So 80 kgs is 8 beacons for a cycle. 8 times 13 is 104. It feels like having them eat the starnacles is probably better. But I'm not sure. Not actually sure. I guess we'll see. All right. Looks pretty good. Ooh. This one has been plugged in. I didn't even realize. Let's empty this. Second airflow. This is pretty good looking though. Like we could box this up as is. But that has been a problem. We need the other deodorizers working. And then this is gonna spill both ways, so we're gonna have to remove this tile. Hopefully it's not gonna cause too many problems. Another thing is we did want a ladder down here. We needed to do a little bit of the digging. This is looking great though. Maybe we might not need the gas pump. Ooh. Okay, looking clean. Get the bottle of water. Oh my god, we might get it. Alright, we're gonna preemptively believe. You know that saying they go, he's starting to believe that things will just go right. Let's go. Yo man, where my water at? No, not the CO2. Where's my bottle of water? Yes, we got it, dude. You know what they say? 60% of the time, we get it every time. Pretty good. Alright, so now we have another one here. We built airflow tiles so that the oxygen kind of spreads a little bit better. So it's going to be pretty good. We're going to want the CO2 dropping down here. So that's why we're doing this little ladder shaft on the side. There's a good chance this ladder ends right at the teleporter. And then we use this to go all the way up. Maybe. Just because of how our ladder is set up at the bottom. I don't want the items to fall all the way down into here. Maybe we do a thing where we stop that, like right here, and then readjust the ladder. We'll see, though. I just don't like it when you get an item and it falls straight to the ground. It's a bad time. Alright, good stuff. So 60 kgs, we're consuming the pea dirt, going through the pea water, pea mud. Let's actually look at the mud as well. Oops. 8 tons, so we have more to dig out here still. There's also the water we could pump out as well. Don't really need the water right now. I guess maybe we could pump out a little bit of water because the mud's down here, right? We don't want to over pump because then this is not going to run as a result. Okay. Diffuser is off. Emergency oxygen. Breathability is looking decent. Oxygen somewhat included. A little bit of food. Oh no, bro. We got that food poisoning. This is actually fine. If you guys are wondering about the food poisoning here. Food poisoning germ only hurts the duplicates if they eat food. So breathing in oxygen with food poisoning is not actually a problem. So as a result, this is not going to be a big deal. We're gonna call these guys. We're gonna leave the Pokeshell eggs inside, let them hatch, and just hang out. We're not gonna really want to feed them right now. Oh, look, a Phlox. He's out of his element. Yeah, he can't eat nothing here. Feels bad. He gets to hang out though. He's a little cutie pie. Get him, boys. Hit him with the laser beam. So we lock the doors so that the dupes don't get beat up. How many are here? 7 fish. We're at 8 inside. Got some cooked seafood. Whoa! There's a Pokeshell in here. He's gotta go. You're not supposed to be in here, dude. Feels bad, man. Okay. For the sake of a little bit of better clean air, let's put a deodorizer right there. This is fine. There's deodorizers on both sides of the toilet. That makes sense. A little bit right here. It might be because of some of the deliveries. Otherwise, not too bad. We have one on the side. All right. Theoretically, 2, 4, 6, 8. If they're always active, we have enough for a little bit over 7 dupes. And then everything we get from the bloaters, from the Flu Coral is cherry on top. Though those things don't have a pressure limit, so it might cause a little bit of popped eardrums. But I would rather have that than low oxygen at this point. You know what I'm saying, man? Not really a problem. We'll take those. We'll take those. Let this get the water. Cycle 50. All right, so cycle 50 check. We've been getting by with eating sandy shells. A little bit of meat from the Slogos. They are free meat right there as well. These guys eat salt. So we might want to actually look at the salt then. 55 tons. Now, we're not growing soda cane in any way, shape, or form, so they're not going to be consuming the salt from here. But they do eat a lot of salt. It's a little bit tough. Should be okay, though. Outside of that, we got some Pokeshells inside. Oh, you're still ranching them. All right, man. We'll let you in. He went all the way around. So 1, 2, we're gonna cancel this ranch. Turns out that we don't have the P dirt to sustain. And then the beacons are shining bright like a diamond. We have our beacon setup where we don't have a sweeper. We're moving out the eggs to here. I actually can't get a real count of how many eggs we have, but it looks pretty good. We've been kind of consistently eating the beacons as well. 2 every other day. And then let's do a quick carnivore check. We're at 300,000 locavore in first 50 cycles. And then we're about almost 150 out of the 400,000 for carnivore. So we are, you know, 30% of the way there, 35. Pretty good. So at this point, this is where if you do need to catch up on the calories, using the incubator can help speed it up. If you're not having enough eggs at this point, you have to expand your ranch. If you are doing the beacon strat like I did, you could just increase the amount of beacons. You go up to 12 in a full 96 tile ranch. How you could check is F11. Pool size, 96. So even though the room size is 16, they are looking at pool size for the aquatic critters. So that means that we could actually add 4 more beacons to get more eggs. Of course, that comes at the cost of phosphorite, which you would have to look on the map. F4. And then cultivatable soil. You have to grab the phosphorite. Be careful though, if you are digging the phosphorite, wild beacons will eat that. So make sure if you are digging this to not have beacons nearby. But we should be steadily on the cruise to getting carnivore. Now, we should just do a lot of coaling right now. But I want to try to keep it balanced. We're going to get 2 right there. I guess we do a little bit of BBQ inside as well. Let's do another slug coaling. And then we're living off of the polluted oxygen filter design we've been working on. A little bit of off-gassing here too. Pretty breathable until they go to sleep, and then they just breathe all the air. But then as they move out, it should just work out. We're going to be continuing the research, grabbing suits. Doing a little bit of combat. We're not going to be moving the pokes out anymore. And I feel like I shouldn't do any more ranching here. Oh, dude. Alright, let's take them out, boys. Technically, this is a job we don't need to do anymore. Oh, you're getting wall hacked. Ocean man. They're using the wall hacks through the doors. That's illegal, dude. What in the world? You gotta put Ocean Man on the... Dude, he's underground and still getting hit. They got the strats. Alright, we're gonna open this back up. This is closed. There's nothing to rush here. So that should be a lot of food. They got the range attack with the melee weapon. What's going on, afternoon? Evening, my good sir. Can you show the P-Dirt oxygen setup we have? Yeah, sure. You have to use this design exactly as you see it. You have to have the droplet on the left side because the building is left side oriented. If you swap this, the dupes are out of range. And then they won't be able to deliver. So careful with that. Otherwise, it has to be left side oriented. But yeah. We have a drop of salt water, a layer of water, and then airflow mesh. This is the perfect filter. I think I have a YouTube video about this. What's going on, Sailor Mom? Hope you've been well. I see you over there. Hello. We're just casually doing a all achievement run on the Aquatic Planet Pack. So we got the Beacon Ranch started. We got all the fish. And then we got the auto anti-cramping setup with the eggs. When they hatch, they just jump into the water. It's all working pretty well so far. If you guys are just tuning in, we are almost done with Locavore, 318. Let's go. And then Carnivores at 150. Dude, my first playthrough. Yeah, so we're going to be doing a guided run for all achievements. So it's basically, if you want a little bit of guidance, you could follow how I'm doing everything. And you should, at the end of the day, get all achievements like me. Too much water. Now, let's be real. It's not water you have too much of. It's salt water. Very different thing. Because I'm keeping a pool of regular water because I'm like, yeah, I need to research. So we broke into the polluted water biome right here with the nori fish. Some of them have the turtles inside. If you are just playing it, I would recommend breaking into this. The polluted oxygen is really good. Because if you're doing locavore and you're not planting flue coral, this building right there, if you're not planting this, you're probably going to be struggling for oxygen. But if you are planting this is really good. The flue corals have been in my playthroughs, really strong. A little bit unexpected. I didn't think it was going to be as strong as it was. I had to wall through how thick walls everywhere. Oh yeah, another thing is the tidal turbines, the bloater fish. They tend to do this thing where when they're releasing the gas or moving up the water, it pressure damage everywhere. I believe you, man. We've been going through that as well. Pressure damage happens so often here. Oh look, we found the hot water source. Feels bad. Hopefully it's flooded, so it doesn't generate any heat. But yeah, swimming has been nice though. Swimming, I feel like, was a great addition to the game. It has been pretty sweet. I should learn how to swim in real life. Missing out, man. What to do with polluted brine? Doesn't one of the new plants consume it? Yeah, tuberous. This is plastic. Literally. Not only that, it wants to be in the hot environment that is the same temperature as the polluted brine, 95. And it wants to be in a 50 to 110. So you could either filter it, because you would have to run it through a desalinator. I don't have that tech. Do I not have that tech? I should. Is it not here? Refinement? Oh, it's right here. You would run the desalinator into the sea. That's kind of funny. Because you would basically do that. And then it would filter out the brine and you get pea water and salt. And then you filter out the pea water and you get water. That's the only other option. But yeah, man, tublias, you get some plastic that way. It's not a bad idea. Oh no, bro. We're out of pea dirt. Alright, this will have to be on forever. Boiling it. You could try, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Got to watch out though. I think the polluted oxygen goes above steam, so that may be a problem. Maybe. So, you know, fair warning, fair warning. Though it's like, it's not a bad idea. Saves you a couple steps. Gotta get all the pea dirt, gotta get the mud, gotta pump out the waters. Rotten nori. So the rot's gonna go into here. It's gonna become pea dirt. And then we're gonna feed the pea dirt into oxygen. Alright, breathability is fine. I want to say we're doing pretty good. So we have good calories. We have floating calories as well. So I'm not really too hard pressed to incubate. Maybe start with normal water, get steam in first, hot enough, so no off gas. It's weird. That would minimize the chance of it happening, but it's never gonna be perfect. Right? But it's like, you know, not a bad idea. Because the water is already at 95. It's going to flash. But there's always the chance that it off-gasses. It's the moment it spawns inside. My neighbor's cat hanging out on the porch looking inside. Dude. Mamba hates it when that happens. Anytime there's a stray cat, there's another cat. He's kind of like, get off my lawn. Mamba is that cat, dude. That's like, no, dude. Get off my porch. I'm not outside, but if I was, I would check you. You know what I'm saying, man? He went to look at the Mamba via stream. Mamba be like that though, man. He's always been like that. Where he's like, he sees the cat outside, he will follow it from the door to the window to the back door, all the way front and back. And he's like, what is he doing? Where is he moving to? And then the funniest thing, he's friends with a lizard. We have like a garden lizard that's in the front yard all the time by the, you know, the veggies. And you know what he does? The lizard will come to the porch right in front of the door and he would hang out with Mamba. It's the weirdest thing. Because it's like, it's a lizard. Can he even see through the grated door that we have? You know what I'm saying? And he comes in and hangs out. If you open the door, you will sometimes see the lizard just make a break for it from the front door porch into the garden. I've seen that happen so many times. And then the weirdest thing is Mamba chirps at it. He's talking to the lizard people, yo. Mamba be like that sometimes, I guess. Get a little bit of water to pump. We very much may be needing a separate water setup. Like, we're not consuming the water, but it's pea dirt that we don't have. That's kind of crazy. I mean, if we're not filtering the water, we should get that. Alveol vera, spandex. Got some water coming in. Looks like Mamba will be lunch at some point. Nah, man. Mamba's the king. Mamba's the best. He won't lose to no lizard. Come on now. Pea mud, pea water. Gotta move out the waters. Because technically, if we keep sieving it, we do get polluted dirt like this. It's just not a lot, I guess. Maybe it's not worth it. But yeah, this does mean as soon as we get pea dirt, we're consuming all of it. I guess that's a good thing. And then once we get locavore done, we could immediately transition to the Flucor house. Which is, honestly, pretty awesome. Can't be mad about that. It's not so bad, not so bad. Yeah, we are getting the pea dirt. The mud's getting kind of low. I don't want to have to rebuild my pump. We might have to though. But it's like, I'm gonna dig out this mud right here. Right? So it's like, The water level's gonna go down. I want to just pump it all out first. All right. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, not bad. I feel like this is going to be a great spot to wrap things up for the night. This is going to be the first checkpoint, basically. We are set up for success. And hopefully by now, all the ranches are set up properly. We are almost 50% of the way with carnivore done, with 50% of the time remaining about. Oxygen's a little bit of an issue, but I should just plug in the algae and just not think about it. And then we have the pea dirt that's pretty good. And then all we gotta do is make sure we have phosphorite, which we'll get from the starnicles. So I'm not really too worried about this. Everything's looking pretty good. They're just making sure we get carnivore on time. Calories are looking pretty good so far. The slow goes plus beacons are going to be good enough. We have stopped doing the poke shells for the reasoning that is we want the pea dirt for oxygen. Otherwise, this is looking great. Good times. Not too bad. I didn't have a plan for doing the carnivore. I was like, it doesn't matter what we do, we'll get it. Blind faith. But then now it's like, yeah, the beacons were probably the optimal strat. All we gotta do is make sure we're brushing them. And I wanted to stop the poke shells for that reasoning as well. These two are going to be our ranching jobs. Since we only have one rancher, we'll probably do want to get a second one at some point. That way, the ranching is going to be more steady. And then if we need more food, we can just incubate. It's not bad, not bad. So people of chat, if you guys are following along, hopefully you guys are see the good example. Hopefully this is a good example. And we'll be continuing the run tomorrow. So we will get to cycle 100 tomorrow, as this is day 1. And hopefully that means carnivore is going to be finished. We know locavore will be, because we're already almost done. So guys, it is going to be time for us to get that saved.